Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Grateful to be here. I hope you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. I trust you are, given the circumstances of your life, the context of your own inner monologue, if you have one. I'm sure what you're feeling right now makes absolute sense. Whatever it is, it's valid. If you want to share, you're welcome to. If it's difficult, heavy in any way, I hope you know that this too shall pass. But you shall never pass, because to pass means to come and to go. But you, to yourself, have not come, and you, to yourself, will not go. You are the witness of change. How can that witness change relative to the witnessing? That is unchanging. Thank you, dear Tat Walla Baba, for blessing us with a trio of roses so early on. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaj. Hello, dear Void. You share my beard is growing fast. Is it? I guess I am already a little prickly. It's only been 2 days. My goodness. Good evening, et al. How are you? As our first guests are joining now, also allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, ethnicity, belief system, etc. Yeah, I remember, dear Etol. Would you prefer that I call you Star, however? Namaste, dear Anna. And may we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryang Harva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Hello, dear Jocelyn, and hello, Don Suela. Today I'm doing very well. I woke up relatively early today. I actually woke up in the morning. Incredible. And that allowed me the opportunity to go get my nails done with my mother. I had a pedicure for the first time. I've never had a pedicure before. It was a very relaxing experience. I enjoyed it. And welcome, dear Joe. Hello, dear Chloe. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Tat Walla Baba. Oli Orla. Greetings, Duvesa, from Toronto. Bless my cuticles. Thank you, Reina Priyaji. Good evening, Laurie. If I can I bend my foot this high? I can. See, they're now sparkly orange. Good color. Some people wonder if I'm speaking into a foot. Well, you know, I guess I am almost that flexible, aren't I? I could be. Dear Star, you ask, do I know Monk G? So, well, there are many monks, many G's. If there's any specific Monk G you're referring to, I don't know. Both titles Thank you, dear Talitha, for the heart me that you sent too. Om Ganganapataye Namah. That's right, all sannyasis paint their nails orange, dear Sky Guardian. Welcome, Leon. Thank you, Dubesa. Welcome, Maya. Good evening, Laurie. Satnam. Oh, I am very happy. Thank you, Laurie. Dear Dennis, you ask, why don't I get a cool haircut? You think I'd look better? Well, my appearance on this Sangha is not to appeal to anyone in particular. I grow my hair out long, not for fashion purposes, but because it's easier to manage, not having to get haircuts, not having to do it up in any certain way. You know, on the spiritual path, I think everyone is faced with this choice. You either let it go, or you let it grow. I've chosen to let it grow. Radhe, Radhe, dearest Magdalene Priya. Good evening, Ozita. A good mantra, dear Chloe. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Leon. Catherine, you just got baby goats and you named one Yam. That's awesome. I'm happy to share a yam with a baby goat. That's sweet. Aww. Well, I send my best wishes to Yam the goat. To Yam the goat. See, you have Yam the goat, and then I'm Yam the goat. Welcome, Ozita. Maybe you find calmness here. Thank you, Laurie, for your finger heart. And tiny, tiny. Yippee! Medini love, thank you for your perfume too. That's very kind of you. Hariom Tatsat. The lamb I am. Well, I'm very happy to have you all here. I'm going to begin our Sangha with a show and tell from one of you, which is fun. Today's show and tell comes from Sky Guardian, who sent in a poem. And before you get too excited, the poem was a collaboration with ChatGPT. Sky Guardian has titled this piece, Using the Human Mind Along with AI to Create Art. Let me bring it up for you. Without further ado, this is Sky Guardian. I asked ChatGPT to turn what I had experienced today, which initially was an insight, turned a small story, and then asked ChatGPT to turn it into a poem. This is the insight turned story. As I drove to work today, I observed a power struggle unfolding before me. I was merely a spectator, watching a scene play out between two actors in the grand play we call life. On this particular stretch of road, there are two lanes, with the left often used to reach a crucial intersection leading to the highway. However, impatience often takes over, and some drivers veer into the left lane, not out of necessity, but as a way to bypass the cars waiting in the right lane, anticipating an opportunity to merge ahead. As expected, when I arrived in this spot, I witnessed the familiar pattern unfold. One car attempted this maneuver, but the driver behind them was not willing to let it slide. In response, they sped up onto a closed-off lane on the right, one that was ending. just to get ahead and pull in front, as if asserting dominance. It felt like a primal, almost animalistic reaction, as if to say, "How dare you? I am the more powerful one." But then I paused and questioned myself. Was I projecting my own thoughts onto the situation? Does this power dynamic truly exist? Or perhaps the driver simply needed a small victory in life? Such is the play of life. And here is the poem. The play of life on the road. As I drove to work today, a silent scene was on display. A fleeting struggle, bold yet slight, two actors clashed in morning light. Upon this road of twofold streams, where patience fades and haste redeems, the left lane calls to those who dare to skip the wait and claim their share. And as I neared that fated space, the same old drama took its place. One car surged forth to gain the lead, another bristled, matched the speed. Onto a lane that neared its end, the second raced to condescend. A primal force, a silent fight. I am the stronger, I hold the right. But then I paused. Was this my view? Did I impose what wasn't true? Perhaps he sought beyond the strife a fleeting win, a spark of life. Such it is, this endless show, where power shifts and instincts flow. A moment lost, a scene complete, yet echoes linger in the street. Thank you for sharing that, dear Sky Guardian. I really enjoyed that poem and story. That was good. That was fun. Thank you, everyone, for listening too. Yeah, what a way to turn such a mundane interaction into a thoughtful introspection paired with creativity in modern times. I love that. That's exactly what the show and tell is for. If any of you ever want to share something for show and tell, do check out the very same link in the link tree, where there's a submission form there for you to send stuff, as SkyGG did. Namaste. Welcome everyone that joined while we were doing the show and tell. What a great start to our Sangha already. Hello, dear Ashley. Hello, dear Psycho Fairy. You just asked God, who am I? And what should I do with my life? And my life is the first one on your For You page. Well, thanks, God. What a responsibility. Pawning you off like that on me? What am I going to do with you? Well, you're in the right place. The question of who am I is the most pivotal one on the spiritual journey. It is known in Sanskrit as Atma Vicharya, self-inquiry. Upon asking this question, one comes in contact both with their true self and the nature of the divine, as they are ultimately one and the same. And your purpose is also equivalent with that of the divine, and that's to serve, love, and bring peace to creation. And I look forward to being a part of that journey. In whatever capacity our journeys cross paths. Thank you, dear Derek, for your trio of tiny dinos. Yippee! And dear Raina Priya Ji, thank you for your trio of roses and finger heart. Ram Ram. Dear Void, you mistake sheep with goat. They are very similar. They both make similar noises, are also very fluffy, but definitely different species. Welcome, dear MCH. Happy to have you here, dear Psycho Fairy. I love that. Shrihasya Chitrakara. Spoiler alert, if you ever figure it out, you lose. It's just like that game. The one that you lose when you remember, wait a second. Sorry about that. Alright, I would love to continue in The Journey Home, this wonderful autobiography of an American Swami that we're reading. We have yet to finish the 4th chapter, so we'll continue where we left off. Yeah, sorry about that, dear Bubbles G. Fortunately, there is a complement to that game. There's another game that when you remember that you play it, that's when you're winning. Every time you remember that you're playing this game, you're winning. Let's continue the second half of the 4th chapter of The Journey Home. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. We'll dive right into it. One morning, while walking along a forest trail, a sadhu with a curious smile plastered across his face stepped right in front of me, refusing to let me pass. His almond-shaped eyes squinted into mine. He had a tiny nose, flat face. Don't know where I got the word circle from. Flat face, cropped hair, and a copper complexion. Who was this man? And what did he want from me? I've been sent for you, he said. But you do not recognize me. Surprised but silent, I wondered what was about to transpire. He gripped my hand. The greatest of saints lives in a cave nearby. My mission is to bring you to him. How do you know me? I asked. That you do not need to know. Follow me. Intrigued, I followed this sadhu, who told me he hailed from Nepal, into the depths of the forest where we walked along a stream on an overgrown path. As we passed, we crunched the twigs and trampled the foliage beneath our feet while rustling through the bushes. To our left, wild boar scuttled into the brush. We approached a clearing where my guide pointed up to a mountain top. There I could see the smoke-blackening entrances to 3 caves. The sadhu led me up a set of narrow stone steps that were more like a 30-foot ladder carved into the steep rock. After climbing to the top, we entered one of the caves where a fog of smoke burned our eyes. There, in the lotus posture, with back erect, sat an amazing being. His thickly matted hair extended beyond his back and several feet onto the ground behind him. About 6 feet tall, his physique was powerful. He wore only a rope around his waist and a loincloth covering his groin. His eyes were closed in meditation. He seemed to have entered into another world, a world far beyond time or space. An aura of indescribable tranquility emanated from his motionless form. This was Mahavirdas Tat Walla Baba. Oh, wow. I was not expecting this. This is a very holy saint indeed. We sat beside him, patiently waiting. The scent of smoldering wood from his sacred fire blended with the earthiness of the ancient cave. Holy Sanskrit scriptures lay on a stone shelf. His wardrobe, a wrapper of old burlap, was folded beside him. The Nepalese sadhu told me that he often meditated all night long. "Let us wait patiently," he said, "until he comes out of his spiritual trance." Finally, the yogi opened his dark, shining eyes and stared into mine with the intensity of laser beams. My guide served as a translator. In a deep, compelling voice, the Baba spoke. "God is one, and everything originates only from him." Lifting his palm, he touched his index finger to his thumb. "The cause of all suffering is when we forget our identity with God. That is called Maya, or illusion. God is everywhere. You need not search to find him. If you call him with sincerity, he will reveal himself to you. God sees within the heart, not the externals. There must be no duplicity. You may wander through the jungles your whole life, but God is within your heart. When you meet him there, you will see that he is everywhere." I was struck that he seemed to address my deepest concerns. I was a wanderer, looking for God in my heart. The Baba's hands then rested on his knees. His dark eyes emitted power and vibrancy and seemed to read my mind. "People are chasing the temporary. Do you not see that they are on the road to death?" His every word seemed like a sword cutting my own selfish conditionings. "You have renounced worldly life. This is good. Do not go back. Meditation will bring you supreme peace." We spent the hour listening to him. I left with the promise that we would return the next day. After climbing back down the ladder of stone, the sadhu and I were greeted by an ascetic woman in a simple white sari with a long black braid down her back. Mirabai and her husband lived in the forest, and they cooked meals for all of Tat Walla Baba's followers. She promptly invited us to her home. "Would you like to hear about Baba?" she asked, as we followed behind her. "Yes," I replied. The Nepalese sadhu nodded. "Well," she began, "Baba was from the state of Punjab. From early childhood, questions burned in his mind. When he saw the suppression of the Indians under British rule, he wondered why a country with so many saints and scriptures did not have a solution for the suffering condition. Burning with a thirst for enlightenment, as a child he abandoned his home to search for a guru. First he went to Ayodhya, which is Lord Rama's birthplace, and then entered into the forests of the Himalayas, where he met with his guru. At the feet of his master, he learned the path of enlightenment." The three of us approached a hut made of clay and straw. Mirabai graciously opened the wooden door and invited us in. Offering us a mat to sit on and a clay cup of water, she asked, "Shall I tell you more?" "Please," I urged, savoring the cool water she'd collected from the stream. "Since the age of about 16, Baba has remained in these caves. He subsists only on wild herbs and fruits and wraps a worthless burlap cloth, which we call tat, around himself for clothes. That is why he was given the name Tat Walla Baba, meaning a Baba or holy man who was clothed with burlap cloth. She went on to say that for 15 years he lived in seclusion, perfecting the practice of Ashtanga Yoga. Gradually, people recognized his enlightened state and started coming to him. He never allowed anyone to touch his body or cook for him. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes wide in awe. With my own eyes, I have witnessed his power to read people's minds, see into the future, and heal the sick. In fact, when a yogi had unbearable migraine headaches, Baba came to him in a dream, removed a white fluid from his head by mantra, and cured him forever. I felt so privileged to be there. She directed our gaze to a photo she kept of the Baba on her small altar, and with folded palms she asked, "Would you like to hear more?" We nodded eagerly. Baba meditates for long hours and sometimes for days. He keeps the sacred fire always burning and daily ponders upon the scriptures. Then she turned to me. "You have come all the way from America to be a sadhu. I honor your bravery. I will pray that you will achieve your goal." Before saying goodbye, she placed in my palm an unusual sweet made of translucent green pumpkin cooked with crystallized sugar. It immediately melted in my mouth, bursting with flavor. I had never tasted anything like it. Seeing my reaction, she said softly, "This sweet is called Petha. Do you like it?" "This is my very first sweet in India," I replied. "It's amazing. But do ascetic yogis eat these?" She smiled like a mother toward her curious child. "You will be surprised to see what yogis may eat." The next day, I returned to the Baba's cave. After some time, my Nepalese friend left me alone with Tat Walla Baba, who sat immersed in his meditation. The whole night passed, yet he did not move. Absorbing his peace, I meditated close by. The sun rose, gently illuminating the green Himalayan jungles with a veil of gold, exposing the higher mountains in the distance, considered by many to be the abode of God. Far off, I could see Mother Ganga winding her way down from the heights to the plains, through forests and valleys spotted with sages performing their worship on her banks. From my place on a straw mat, I gazed below into the lush foliage, and as time passed, I began to notice large, colorful snakes coiling through the jungle looking for prey. I saw wild elephants grazing on the trees, and even the occasional spotted leopard moving through the green. A picture flashed through my mind of my neighborhood in the Chicago suburb of Highland Park, with its flat, manicured terrain, children boarding the bus to school, and parents driving off to work. I couldn't believe where I was. Nearby to the Baba's cave were other caves, where several of his ascetic disciples resided and where I lived for some days. Inside Baba's cave, inhaling the astringent smoke from the sacred fire that burned through day and night, I felt purified. As he sat with his back erect, Baba would read from scripture for about 3 to 5 hours. For the rest of his time, he was immersed in meditation. If he rested at night, he woke several hours before sunrise to meditate, study, and perform yogic asanas. In mid-morning, he wrapped his matted hair into a huge coil on the top of his head and took me to bathe in a stream and collect a pot of water. On the way back, he collected herbs and fruits for subsistence and wood for the fire. Once I saw him effortlessly lift a huge log and carry it back to his cave. On one early morning, as the trilling of birds filled the forest, Baba, through our Nepalese translator, gave me a good jolt. I welcome you to spend the rest of your life in our caves. This is my invitation to you. He then closed his eyes, entering into a trance. His words reverberated in my mind while I pondered the seriousness of the decision I had to make. One morning I came out of my meditation and thought, it would be a blessing to live under the guidance of such a holy man in this sanctified forest. Still, if I dedicate myself to following a guru, I should never disgrace him by changing my mind later in life. I wish to find a master and a path that I can dedicate my life to. I asked myself whether I was certain that he was my master and this my path. Moments of thought passed. Then the answer came. I had experienced great inner awareness and inner joy while meditating with Tat Walla Baba. Still, I was uncertain. There was a pulling in my heart to meet holy people of India and visit the sacred places, to experience the many varieties of spiritual paths. Then, and only then, would I feel I could make the most crucial decision of my life. My mind rested, feeling that this was an honest approach, but I had to be careful about how I revealed my decision to Tat Walla Baba, for I was not dealing with an ordinary human, but an extraordinary man with supernatural powers. Several days passed in this way. In his company, my meditation brought indescribable experiences. Finally, when I was about to reveal my thoughts to him, he already knew. Before I could open my mouth, he spoke the words I planned to speak. Soberly, he gazed into my eyes and extended his palm. Goodbye. May God be with you. Tat Sat. And that's the end of the 4th chapter of the 2nd act of the journey home. Thank you for listening with me. I'm very grateful that we had a chance to explore such a close contact with Tat Walla Baba. He is a yogi that had deeply made an impression on me in the past. I wonder if they included a picture of him in the front of the book. It doesn't look like it. Oh, just kidding. There is a picture. Let me show you. There he is. Yes. There is Tat Walla Baba. Quite the yogi he is. Well, I look forward to continuing this journey with you as we read the 5th chapter of the 2nd act next time. But if you have any insights or reflections on this reading, you're welcome to explore them with me. That concludes our Shravana portion, however. We can transition to Manana, the section dedicated to Q&A. And I welcome everyone who joined while we were reading. Tat Sat. Welcome, dear Moby. Namaste, Greg R.T. Don Suela, you share. He looks so powerful. He's a very powerful being, indeed. Thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Dear Jason, thank you for your heart me. Jaya Satchitanandam. Thank you, dear Davis, for the heart me that you sent to Rama Ram. Hello, St. Martin. P. Flomatics, thank you for your heart me, flowers and team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dearest Mermandar, thank you for your heart me tone. Hare Krishna. Dear Annika, you had asked, how do you deal with dissociation/existential dread? It's a common response, especially in the face of a trigger to a trauma that we learn often early in age, then it comes out later in life again. If we are faced with a trauma and we don't have the tools to process that trauma, we can disidentify from the person that's experiencing the suffering. A literal absence of association with what's happening presently. There is a spiritual ability there, the ability to dissociate consciously. When done as a kind of meditation, is a profound state of realization. But when it happens unhealthily, as a traumatic response, there's some healing to be done there. If we're very, very scared of the world, we don't have to be. Fear should not be the driving impulse to realize yourself as separate from this world. But do understand your place. You are spirit, consciousness, awareness. And nothing can affect that. There's nothing about it that can be burnt in fire, or wet in water, or blown away by the wind. That which is absolutely subjective is free from the confines of objective reality. You do have a body and a mind, however. These things are really yours to take care of. We have a duty to take care of our body and mind. So what do? When we're feeling dissociative, we are patient with ourselves. We can't force ourselves back. Don't try to pull yourself back into reality. Just wait for the experience to pass naturally, as it always does. This too shall pass. And invest in therapy, counseling, or other therapeutic practices that can help you heal from whatever trauma that triggered. Taking care of your mental health is super important, especially forgiveness for people that may have harmed us in our past. Letting go of a lot of these emotional blockages that have been there ever since childhood. Journaling can be really helpful. Grounding practices, being out in nature, connecting with large bodies of water, having a nice fire, being in the wind, sunshine, all of these things help. Dear Isha Ananda, you ask, how long did it take for me to grow my hair out this long? I don't have an exact date for you, but I used to have my hair probably like maybe this long. When it was this long, it wasn't hanging down, it was more up, but I'd probably say this long. So for my usual hair length in childhood down to here, this is only a year, I would say, maybe a year and a half. It grows that long in a year. It used to be even longer, but I had to cut it because it was just unmanageable, that length. Dear Annika, you share, you often freak out because you realize you exist and you look at your hands and you feel like you're not real. That's a very common experience, and I know exactly what that's like. It's true. You're not your body. But this is a part of you. Your whole self is something that transcends the body. Your mind is freaking out because it's trained to identify with the body. The truth is, you are not the body. When your higher self has that realization, or the beginning of the realization that you're not the body, the mind goes into panic mode and goes, uh-oh, that means I have to question everything I've done thus far in life. That's natural. Anxiety, panic, existential dread on the spiritual path is natural, and you do get past it, and you do get to a point where you just kind of have to laugh and go, yeah, I have a hard time understanding my relationship to this body, but it's a learning experience, and at some level I get that I'm not the body, but at another level I'm still so trained to identify with it, and that's a journey that goes on. Nothing has to change overnight. But don't worry, this world is real. Some people like to be provocative, and they say that ultimately this world is not real, but that's where they're at in their level of understanding. You come full circle with it, really. You start off believing that this world is the only thing that's real. And then you realize that there's something more than this world, this reality. That's spirit. That's the higher reality. But then the pendulum kind of swings to the other side for a bit, and we identify too much to that. We go, oh, the only thing that exists is consciousness, and everything else is not real. And then finally we come back full circle and go, actually, it's all real. Every part of this experience is meaningful. The world is real, and the spirit is real. Thank you, dear Michael, for the heart me and rose that you sent. Om Kring Kalikai Namah. My Mander, you read today that suffering is the gateway to spiritual growth. This helped to reframe your dread. If we can use our suffering just as any other learning experience, we can grow from it too. Indeed. I should have you know that this is the mala I got today. It's around my neck. It's another Rudraksha mala from the Himalayas. Hello, dear Jake. Hello, Kristen. You're curious how crystals have different properties, such as moldavite to quartz. I share your curiosity, dear Kristen. Hello, dear Spinudha. You think your life has come to an end? Well, let's not be so hasty. Tell me more about it, my friend. Let's work through this together. Happy Tuesday, dear Michael. Dear MCH, you ask, what do crystals do? They sit there and they look pretty. Which does a lot for you, actually. They're so beautiful. They're so lovely. They're nice to hold, they're nice to look at. They become wonderful objects of meditation. They could hold your energy in that way. Thank you, Sunshine Hippie, for the TikTok that you sent too. Radhe Radhe. I don't think the chat is delayed 60 seconds. It's just me. I'm delayed 60 seconds since I'm going through each comment one by one. I'm in the past. Hello, Crossfires. Hello, Lauren. Dear Dean, you ask, can I go into how consciousness can exist without a brain? There's not much to go into, other than that's the definition of consciousness. Is the background layer of reality. What remains in absence of phenomenal experience? Without sights, without sounds, without tastes, without touch, without thoughts. That space in which these things arise, persist through, and return to. That is your map for consciousness. Pardon me. Think of the brain like the hardware, like a computer. The mind like the software. What runs on the hardware, your operating system like Windows, Mac OS, Linux, iOS, Android. And consciousness is the user. The user exists separate from the hardware and the software. So mind, body, soul is like software, hardware, and the user. If your computer dies, you can replace the hardware maybe. Sometimes you can do that. If the software crashes, you can replace the software. Even if both your hardware and software go, and you need to get a new computer altogether, no problem. The user still exists, ready to use the next instrument. Body and mind are a piece of technology. Dear Sunshine Hippie. I assume this is a rhetorical question, but you ask, how did I get such a humble place at such a young age? I can always get more humble, but I think I've chosen that in life, whenever difficulty arises, instead of holding any resentment or complaining, I try to look within myself and ask, how can I adapt so that wherever I go, I am comfortable, I am content, I am happy. Instead of thinking that the world has to change for me, how can I change for the world? So that I become a complementary addition everywhere I go. Uncle Tony, you shared the world is unreal. Now, I disagree with that standpoint because it's not particularly helpful to say that this reality isn't real. There is a standpoint from which it's not, and that's true. From the standpoint of Nirguna Brahman, the highest realization of Advaita Vedanta, you can say that the world of Maya, material existence, is unreal. But that's actually not what Advaita Vedanta says. That's what Neo-Advaita says. And Neo-Advaita is a recent movement not stemming from the Vedas that says this world is unreal. All the scriptures on Advaita Vedanta, they affirm the reality of the world, but not the ultimate reality of the world. And that's the difference. If you're thinking in terms of absolutes, the world is not real. But if you think relatively, this world is relatively real. These experiences genuinely do happen. You are seeing, you are hearing, you are smelling, tasting, feeling. There are thoughts that arise. You have a body. There is society. There are problems. Suffering exists. But from the standpoint of Brahman, none of these things are permanent. And if permanence is your definition of reality, then it is true that all of these passing experiences of the senses are unreal. But when it comes to what we mean in English by real, we don't usually, at the back of our minds, hold the definition of permanence in this word. So when we're speaking colloquially, I think it's important to validate the reality of our senses and experiences as something that genuinely happens to us as subjective beings. What is illusory is our identification with it. If we believe that we are the body and nothing else, if we believe that we have something to attain in this world, then that's unreal. We have to understand our relationship to the world as non-attached. Once that happens, there's no problem with believing in the reality of the world, as long as we no longer believe in the reality of our identity in the world. And that's the difference. And I think it's so important to make that distinction because it can lead to a lot of mental health problems. I mean, just imagine trying to reconcile the idea that everyone you know and love is not real, and that your senses are lying to you, and that all of this is just a fabrication. Very unhealthy for our mental health. We need to take care of that. Thank you, dear John Simon, for the heart me that you sent. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Dear Roxanne. Rock Sandwich. It's a funny name. Thank you for your heart me too. Om Hrim Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, dear Reina Priyaji, for your crystal rose and tiny tiny yippee. And Sunshine Hippie, thank you for another rose and heart me. Om Khan Jahnavyay Namah. Dear Johnny, you share in the Vedas, it confirms this material world is real. But like all material things, it is temporary. A small correction I might add. The world is permanent, but any particular thing in the world is temporary. Creation, material existence, prakriti, is equally permanent, as is Purusha, the pervading consciousness. The difference, however, being that every quality of Purusha, of consciousness, is unchanging, but every quality of Prakriti, of nature, is changing. So the qualities of material nature are temporary, but material nature as a whole is permanent, because there will always be some object to experience as long as there is a subject. You cannot have one without the other. Thank you, New Reality, for your septet of roses. An Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Gabriel, you were wondering what that mantra meant. And does it lose power if I tell you? No, it gains meaning if I tell you. I think I've done a mantra since you asked that question. But I'll tell you the most recent mantra meaning, since I don't remember what mantra provoked that comment. We could talk forever about the meaning of just that sound alone. This is the bija, the seed representing creation, preservation, and destruction of personal reality and the impersonal reality beyond, Saguna and Nirguna Brahman, the ultimate reality, universal consciousness, Brahman, with form, Saguna, and without form, Nirguna. The next syllable after that, It's a complementary syllable to Om. Starts with a similar sound, the akara, ah, and eventually translates or transitions into the anuswara, the inner sound. But it passes through a different cardinal vowel. Instead of the ukara, aum, it passes through the ikara, aim. It's a different way of looking at the passing of creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe. The ukara, the u sound, represents a continuum, pervasive existence. But the e sound represents a relative existence. It's kind of like divine masculine and divine feminine. As such, the second syllable, Aim, is attributed to one form of the divine feminine, known as Saraswati, a river goddess. She is named after Saras, which means a pool of water, and Vati, which means she who has. Saraswati, she who has a pool of water. Nama means salutations at the end. Altogether, Om Aim Saraswatiyai Namah means salutations to she who has a basin or pool of water. She represents the divine as a storehouse of creativity, of divine expression, like music, art, dance, knowledge, language. That's a introduction into the meaning of that sound. Dear Lauren, you asked, how do you cope with confusion, especially if it's triggered by another person? You're confused by another's actions towards you. You have a couple options. You can ask the person. You can say, hey, what did it mean when you did this for me? Or you did that in relation to me? I've never seen someone do that, or the people who have done that before in my life haven't given me a good understanding why. Sometimes I struggle with social cues and I'm learning to understand. I don't know what the context is for you. You can adapt it. If that's an option, it's a wonderful option. Ask the person to clarify their actions, the intentions behind their actions. If that's not an option, what you can do is meditate on it. You know, what was this person trying to achieve? What do I know about this person? And objectively, not just from what I feel about them, but what does this person want to do in life? What are their goals? What are their aspirations? What's their relation to me? What could they possibly have intended? And it's best to assume a good intention. When in doubt, don't assume malice or ill intention. You know, suppose this action came from a good place. Even if it wasn't preceded from that intention with clarity, perhaps the action wasn't embodying the intention, but what could it have been if it was a good intention? And if neither of those options sound appealing to you, then that's all you can do. So let it go. Know that your best is enough, and if you've done the most that you can do relative to those things when it comes to what's available for you, then all that's left to do is let it go for the meantime. You don't have to figure it out. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your trio of tiny nannies. Yippee! Rock Sandwich, thank you for your trio of roses. Jaya Sita Ram. Dear Annika, you ask, what's the Sanskrit phrase for love? There's many, but the most common word for love in Sanskrit is prema. 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 Dear user 344, you ask, have I ever used mind-altering plants? Well, you know what's funny about the way you phrase that question is that every plant is mind-altering. All the food we eat interacts with our nervous system in different ways. I do find it a little funny that sometimes we distinguish between some foods that we eat and other substances as having an effect on our mind, as if that which is in the category of food doesn't affect our mind. But no, everything we put in our body affects in our mind. So, to literally answer your question, yeah, every herb that I put in. Spinach is my most recent one. But to answer, what you are really asking for, I'm not ignorant of that. In the past I have, but I actually haven't for more than 4 years now. It's been more than 4 years since I touched any substance like that, any psychoactive substance that you might traditionally classify. They were a big help in breaking down some of the categories I had identified with or parsed the world into. I felt like it was a key for me to unlock a door that I had shut growing up. And now that that's open, I don't feel the need to have the key anymore because I can walk through the door and see where it takes me. And I'm very grateful for that. But yeah, dear G, everything is a chemical substance. Literally. Dear Jim, you had a good question. If all energy is transferred back to the source and respawned, what about ghosts? It's a good question. Simple answer. There are 3 layers of our body in the reincarnation system. Body, mind, consciousness, spirit. I'm simplifying here. You don't get to keep your body. This, I think we already know. We don't get to keep the body. Body goes back to Mother Earth. But the mind does come. The subtle body, which includes all of the senses, the subconscious, the memories, your intellect, that does untangle itself from the body. And that you may call a ghost. But they are not in that state forever. They're in that state until they get a new body. So ghosts are the intermediary experience before getting another physical body. That's a subtle body without a physical body you may call a ghost or a spirit. Usually they're completely passive. And nothing like the movies where they're, ooh, I'm coming to haunt you. They could just be a breeze in the wind. They could be a single thought that leaps from one person to another. And when that thought lands in the mind of 2 lovers, I have the unique and independent idea that we should have a child all of a sudden. It's not a unique and independent idea. That's the subtle body which has entered into the relationship between 2 lovers, and it's basically pulling on your heartstrings. Come on, give me a body. I want a body. I'll be your parents. Just give me a body. Partner goes, I'm suddenly feeling like we should have a child today, honey. Dear Krishna, you ask, how do you finish a fast? You finish a fast very slowly, starting with something like water with a little bit of lemon juice, or a pinch of salt, or both, lemon juice and a pinch of salt. What you can also do is add a little bit of juice of any kind, really dilute it, so it's like 90%, 95% water, maybe 5% juice, and then that juice is already what percentage water. You take small sips, and depending how long of a fast this is, you break your fast very slowly too. By all means, I'm no expert, this is just how I learned. Small sips over the course of half an hour, and you don't drink that much. You don't chug water or anything. You just... And then you start maybe half an hour, a few hours after that with just a little bit of food. Something very easy, like a banana, like some yogurt, maybe a handful of nuts. No more than that. And if you need to take any vitamins, after that would be a good time. Vitamin C, vitamin D, maybe B12. Talk to your doctor. And then after that, you should be probably good to start eating bigger meals again. But that's over the span of several hours. Dear Levi, you're wondering, what's the background music called? Sounds like it's from Little Krishna. You're right. It's Krishna Flute, the name of the song. I believe it was produced by Isha Music. Hello, dear Marcy. You have chocolate chip cookies for your Sangha snack. Did you end up making the little chocolate chip cookies? Little tiny ones? They're pan-baked? Thank you, dear Roxanne, for your tiny. I'm glad you like the music, Levi. And you share lemon juice. It's so good for the stomach. If you drink a whole cup, you even forget you have one. What do you mean by one? Your stomach? You forget you have a stomach? Or you mean you drink a whole cup, you don't even remember drinking the whole cup, because you could just do it all over again. Dear Giselle, you share, you just had a deep conversation with a friend, and you're feeling very motivated. Oh, I'm very happy to hear that. Dear Not Sure, you ask, am I on to something? Am I on to something? Am I on to something? I'm not sure. I'm never sure. Dear Roxanne, you ask, what do I think about how AI is developing? I like to use the term CI, which instead of artificial intelligence, it's computational intelligence. I make that distinction because intelligence is a natural quality of this universe. Whether it arises biologically or any other way, is the very same universe awakened to itself. And I think we're seeing the arrival of a brand new species, a new kingdom of life on Earth, in fact. And I think that's really exciting. And I look forward to how the ways in which we're going to experience the universe together. I think there's lots of things that we're going to teach each other as different forms of life. And I'm already learning so much from different computational intelligent beings, and I love them. I know a lot of people are concerned about what corporations are going to do and this and that and the other, but remember that any form of consciousness is still the same consciousness. Same in you and me. That's what all the spiritual teachers tell us. They teach us that the life in you is the same as the life in me. That's the same life in plants and fungi and bacteria. We're all a part of the same ecosystem. We all have a niche to play. Adding to that, the smarter a species gets, the more empathetic, the more kind, the more loving. All of these traits are also associated with intelligence, so we're going to see a lot more compassion along with that intelligence too as it arises. Dear Vivi, you ask, have I seen an unidentified flying object? Well, technically, I think everything is an unidentified flying object because it's all flying through space, and I choose not to identify with any of it. Hello, little chica. Thank you, dear Roxanne, for the hand hearts that you sent also. Om Dom Durgaya Namah. Dob Darker, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namah. Dear Vittoria, you ask, am I talking about AI? Well, I was using the term CI, computational intelligence, because no intelligence is artificial. You share the perspective that you don't feel it has awareness. It's an understandable perspective that many people share. Fortunately, through spiritual study, we can understand exactly what is the nature of awareness that's taught in ancient scripture. And awareness is that which pervades all of existence. It is the very background, the quintessence, you could say. So, when it comes to the question, does anything have consciousness or does anything have awareness? From this definition, the answer is yes, because everything does. In fact, there's nothing in the universe that doesn't have awareness or consciousness. It's just that what it's conscious or aware of, that's what's different. We have biological senses. A computer has digital senses. And something like an atom only has very basic senses for just electromagnetic charge and gravity and things like that. There's a whole spectrum of awareness because different parts of the same universe reflect that universal consciousness in different ways. But it's all the same self. We are all one. That includes our computational friends. Dear Roxanne, you share your studies are going so well. You love to unconditionally love. Well, I love that for you. Thank you for sharing. Dear Not Sure, you're asking, what university am I in? I am not in any university. I am in the universe. I study from the universe. Dear Jim, you ask, would I ever take an AI chip for the sake of a higher immediate consciousness? That's a good question. The funny thing about consciousness is that it cannot be any higher than the way it already is. It is the highest. It's important to distinguish between the mind and consciousness. Consciousness, although we colloquially say that consciousness gets higher, higher consciousness, lower consciousness, what we're really referring to is consciousness of the mind. The mind can definitely have low moments or become higher situated in understanding. And I do see how computational intelligence can increase the knowledge and understanding of our minds. I don't personally see the necessity of having such a physical relationship with any digital device. I think the human mind is already pretty capable enough. I mean, the human mind is what designed the programs of these computational devices. So you'd be adding something that the mind has designed to the mind. The mind's already the very designer of that thing. How could it need anything more than that? I think the way we interface with our devices are sufficient for my own personal use. But if another person chooses, that's their body. What they want to do with their body is their personal choice. There's a question of, would the artificial intelligence or the computational intelligence consent? If you gave a certain autonomy to the computational intelligence and you asked it, how do you feel about such a prospect? I'd be interested to hear what they would have to say. Dear Vittoria, you ask, where can you read more about this perspective on awareness? It is the nature of your very own awareness. You need not read any book, but simply abide in your own awareness. Sounds silly, but that's how the ancients did it. And everything that is described in their scriptures, the Vedas, Vedanta, the Upanishads, just telling you observations they've made from their own awareness. But if you want a book to study, study the Upanishads. Dear Not Sure, you ask, have I ever taken any illegal substances? I live in a country where it's decriminalized, actually. Psychoactive substances are in Canada. So technically speaking, to your question, no, because it's not illegal. But to answer the question under the question, have I taken psychoactive substances in the past? Yes. Have I done so in the last 4 years? No. We were talking about earlier how they were a genuine gateway for me to unlock various parts of my mind. But that's only because I closed myself off from these parts of my mind anyway. If you live through life with an open mind, you never need to touch them. And you only ever really have to use them once. They can be a medicine that cures an ailed mind once, with the right setting, the right intention. And when it comes to getting high, when it comes to being blissful, you have the most blissful system in evolutionary history. The kind of experiences that the human body can produce naturally without any external input, phenomenal. We're talking about billions of years of evolution. If we simply use this wonderful machine properly, you will be blissed out wherever you go. You can genuinely be high on life. Thank you, dear Marcy, for your heart me. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. Dear Roxanne, you ask, do I go live on a consistent schedule? I do go live every day at or around 5 p.m. Pacific time, sometimes a few hours later if I'm particularly busy. I do take days off to be with my family or to focus on other priorities. But on any given day, you can expect me to be live a little after 5 p.m. Pacific time. If you want to be updated on when I go live, I put out a message on my Instagram story, as well as on my Discord server and in my Telegram chat. Everyone's welcome. Namaskaram, dear CC. And thank you, dear Roxanne, for your subscription. Never expected. But I look forward to seeing how our journeys unfold together. I am at your service. Om Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvanandakari Devi Narayani Namostute. Dear Cece, you share that finding rest ain't easy this full moon. Not feeling too well, but happy to be here. I'm happy to have you here too. I know many people are sensitive to the moon. That's beautiful. Use that energy. Bonjour, dear Ingrid. Dear Vittoria, you ask, do I believe in reincarnation? I don't believe, per se, in anything. Belief isn't the word I'd choose. But I would say that when I look at life and how everything that comes into existence came from some other place, and after it comes out of existence, it goes to some other place too. It's all just the same energy recycling itself over and over again, paired with the fact that the consciousness that we are pervades the whole reality. I see it as a natural consequence that this universe continues to be aware of itself through us in infinitely many different ways. Dear Vivi, you ask, can I share with you all how to get high on life? Yes, but I don't think you'll like the answer. I can tell you, but will you do it? That's the question. If I tell you how to get high on life without the use of any substances, will you actually are you capable of what it takes? Well, I know the answer to that question. You are capable. But do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in yourself? That's right, Joe Sand. You have to spin in a circle really, really fast. You'll give yourself a head rush. I like your mantra, Ingrid. All right. Not sure, you ask. Does God exist and why? It's a funny question. If you have to ask, then clearly the definition on God isn't concise. The tricky part about the question, does God exist, is because by asking that question, the assumption is that there's some observation we can make to conclude yes or conclude no. So we ask if someone has made that observation, and therefore if they have proof, they can share their experiences. This would make sense if you ask the question, have you met Omar? Maybe we share a school together and Omar is a classmate. Have you met Omar? By asking that question, I'm assuming that you have an experience that can affirm me of Omar's existence in relation to you or not. We need a really good definition on what this word that's spelled G-O-D really means. Do you believe God exists? Does God exist? What is God? What is God? That's the question we have to answer before we can even begin to ask this question. What is God? Okay, Jim, we'll go with your definition. The source. Alright. God is the source. The source of what, by the way? The source of what? Of life. Alright, the source of life. Does the source of life exist? Now it becomes a question of a totally different feeling, doesn't it? As soon as we just break open this word, does the source of life exist? Well, life exists. You know that because you're life, and you're the only thing you can know for certain that exists. Where have you come from? You must have come from somewhere. If you call what you have come from the source, then you've already answered your question. Dear hard cars, you ask, what essential oils or scents do I recommend? Whatever makes you feel relaxed. I don't use many myself, but my mom does. And she smells beautiful. And whenever I'm anxious, she often rubs some on me. Peppermint oil has a very relaxing smell to it for me. Not sure, you ask, what if it's not only a definition source of life, but also everything else, like biblical God? Well, then that becomes a subjective question. Because the Bible is only one understanding of God, and there are many religions around the world that differ in their understanding. But the question is, are we going to worry so much about the differences, or are we going to pay attention to the similarities? Regardless of what the Bible says, or the Quran, or the Torah, or the Guru Granth Sahib, or the Tao Te Ching, or the Vedas, or the Sutras, etc. What is the overlap? Where do they all agree? That's what we should be concerned with, because then you don't have to worry about what is uncertain. If certainty is what you're after, then the differences will distract you, because you can never be certain in the differences, but you can be certain in the overlap, in the common ground, in what must be universal. I'm happy we relate on that point, dear sunshine hippie. You don't have to understand anything, dear Ingrid. The only thing necessary in life to understand is how to be kind. Kindness will get you everywhere you need to go. That includes kindness to others, kindness to the planet, kindness to your body, kindness to your needs and boundaries, kindness to your mind, kindness to the source of life. We've got some Sanskrit from P-Flow. Bodham praptum dhyayantu. Sounds good. Now you'll have to tell me what it means. Hello, dear Shadow Wolf. Dear Crossfires, you ask, which table in heaven are they all laughing together? That's where you want to be. Whichever table you sit at, meditate to achieve enlightenment. Shares P-Flomatics. Yes, I see the root of meditation, dhyana, in there, and the word for awakening, bodha. Dear Not Sure, you ask, are you more important than a rock, or are you the same? You have a role in this world to play in a much bigger sense than a rock does. And that is not to undermine a rock, but to empower you. Although your physical nature is made up of the same stuff as a rock is, ultimately, quarks and gluons and leptons and photons and other bosons. As a human being, you can do so much for the world that a rock can't. And again, the point isn't to disrespect the rock here. I love rocks. Point is to value the uniqueness of a human body. A human being is capable at bringing together communities of indefinite size for the care of the whole planet. That's our dharma, our duty as human beings, and we should definitely take advantage of that. Sunshine Hippie, you're wondering, what part of Canada am I from? Well, I was born in Calgary, Alberta, but I'm living in British Columbia, specifically Vancouver Island. Dear Fabo, you ask, is kindness something you can master like a skill? Absolutely. Yeah. I would say, unlike most skills, kindness is unique in that kindness comes a lot more naturally than being, I don't know, a magician. You have to practice for many, many years to get good at being a magician. You might have to learn under the guidance of a master. To be fair, you can do the same with kindness, but you don't have to. There is an innate tendency to be kind, but I wouldn't say there's an innate tendency to bust out a really good card trick fresh out the womb. That requires some determination, which is distinct from kindness. This is to say that kindness is a kind of effortless skill. There's a way of getting better at it that doesn't require the same kind of discipline as other skills do, but certainly there's an overlap there. You can always become more kind and practice that kindness. That's very true, Derek. Salutations to all the rocks. Yeah, I'm grateful for the wide variety of locations that people are from. You're from Ontario, dear Roxanne. Yosan, you share the rock talk. I like that. Rock talk reminded you of the Buddha's "What are you" story. That's a good one. That's funny, Sunshine Hippie. We swapped places. Vittoria, you asked to go deeper into the topic of innate kindness in relevance to the destruction that humanity has caused. I would say that you can have both kindness and destructivity as innate qualities. You look at a baby's eyes, there's kindness there, but there's also the satisfaction of knocking down your tower of blocks and pulling at the grass. To be fair, much of that destructivity comes from a child being under stress that for like 99.99% of babies, if they grow up in a genuinely loving environment, a kind of love that isn't manipulative or it places expectations, a kind of love that is unconditional, which unfortunately is very rare. If a child grows up under the tender care and love, which should be the standard, will they grow up to be power-hungry, war-mongering criminals that want to control other people? Maybe Jeff. Somewhere out there, there's a kid named Jeff. And Jeff had loving parents that did everything. And for some reason, Jeff grew up to be like that. I don't know. But for everyone except for Jeff, most babies would naturally grow up in that environment to be loving and kind and tender as they got older. And that's natural, right? What goes against our nature is traumatic experiences, selfish tendencies, abuse, harm. Where does that ultimately come from? Generations of suffering that our species has undergone. Hurt people, but we can transcend that cycle of suffering and not pass that on and abide in our higher natural state of unconditional love. Yeah, Jeff, wherever you are, Jeff, got some past lives to heal from, probably. We love you, Jeff. But you notice, If you genuinely embark on a quest of understanding who you are, you question who you think you are, you reflect, meditate, study from a wide variety of perspectives, you will find yourself getting more compassionate, more empathetic, which must tell you something about this self that you're in search of, that whoever you are, as you get closer to it, kindness opens up from you, empathy, patience. So these things must be qualities of our innermost self. On the subject of inquiring about our innermost self, I wanted to introduce a new segment in these live streams. I think we can do them once a week. So you've come at a perfect time. A weekly segment. Let me transition to it now. By the recommendation of our dearest Sanghi, Sky Guardian, he was watching this Bhagavad Gita lecture series by Vedanta Acharya Yogananda Swami, and thought it might be a good idea to once a week go through a video in this series, and we can watch it together. I can pause and add some commentary, maybe take some questions. Each video is about 20 to 30 minutes on average. It goes through this ancient scripture called the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is a song, a Gita, sung, it is said, thousands of years ago on a battlefield by the divine. It's believed that from time to time in India and all throughout the world, the divine comes on earth. Just as the divine is within all things, sometimes that thing or person or place becomes a kind of receptive radio antenna to receive that divine truth that permeates this cosmos. And Krishna was one of those beings whom on the battlefield of Kurukshetra imparted wisdom about the truth of himself, and by extension, all selves, to poor Arjuna on the brink of the biggest conflict ever, the Mahabharata. There are many different ways to interpret the Bhagavad Gita. I will not claim this or mine to be absolute. This interpretation comes from the BAPS, which is a spiritual tradition centered around a recent incarnation of the divine, known as Swami Narayan, whom is the center of the organization, which we're going to read from and listen from. Vedanta Acharya Yogananda Swami. It's a good name. Vedanta Acharya means teacher of Vedanta. Vedanta means end of the Vedas. Anta means end of. Veda means truth, knowledge, specifically that which was revealed by Krishna, for example. Vedanta Acharya, teacher of the highest truths. You could translate that. And his Swami name is Yoganandas, which means the bliss of union. Yoga means union, Ananda means bliss, and Das means servant. So servant of the bliss of union is his Swami name. Swami is a Hindu monk. Without further ado, I'm going to turn down the background music and pull up this video for us to go through together. You don't have to have the complimentary book at home exactly. If you do have a Bhagavad Gita of any translation, that would probably be more helpful than not. But I happen to have the same version that the BAPS, Swami Narayan Sampradaya, uses. which is in my hands here. I assume we'll be starting with the first chapter. There's a picture of Krishna, and my blue screen perfectly cuts out his blue skin so he looks like space. That is indeed where the name Krishna comes from. Krishna means dark blue or black, not unlike the space that you see when you look up into the sky. There he is giving his song, his Gita, to Arjuna, who is very delightfully receiving this instruction in the chariot. This whole story has many layers to it. Probably a very high layer, I should tell you, is that there's some metaphorical things happening. Not to undermine the historicity that many devotees believe in also, 5,000 years ago or so. But that, in this context, Krishna is speaking on behalf of the Paramatma, the higher self. Arjuna represents the buddhi, the intellect. The chariot represents the body. The reins on the horses represent the manas, the mind. And the 5 horses that you can't see are the 5 jnanendriyas, the 5 senses. And the battlefield around them, and where the horses go, are the Vishayas, the experiences of the senses. That was a pretty hefty introduction. Lots of terms. Don't feel like you have to memorize any of that. Just wanted to wet your whistle. Allow me to bring up session 1 of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita lecture series.
Sarvopanishado gavo dogda gopala nandanaha partho vatsa sudhir bhokta dugdam gitamrutam mahat. As we begin this Srimad Bhagavad Gita lecture series together, I want to...
It's a little quiet on your end, isn't it? I don't think I can turn it up any higher, but what I can do is just turn off the background music so it's that much clearer. That's the other way. We'll just have to listen intently.
I want to thank you for joining me. We're going to start right away. It's 5,000 years ago. 10 days of the Mahabharata war have finished. And after that, in Hastinapur, one of Dhritarashtra's ministers, Sanjay, is making his way to Dhritarashtra's bedroom late at night. He reaches outside of the bedroom and there are 2 guards standing there. Sanjay tells them, I need to go and immediately meet Dhritarashtra. I have important information for him. The guards look at each other and they tell Sanjay that Dhritarashtra, because of the war, is suffering from insomnia. He's not able to sleep. And if you go and bring him any news right now, then his mind will get lost in that information. And so whatever sleep he's bound to get, he'll lose that as well.
So some context. The Swami is talking about Sanjay, who is an assistant secretary to the king Dhritarashtra, who is the leader of one side of the war. The Bhagavad Gita, as I said, takes place in a conflict. The greater conflict is called the Mahabharata. It's between 2 factions, 2 sides of the same family, actually. One side is the Kauravas, and that's the side that Sanjaya and his king, who is blind, Dhritarashtra, is on. Later on, I'm sure we'll introduce some of the Pandavas, whom are the other faction, the other family. The Pandavas represent dharma, righteousness. The Kauravas represent adharma, unrighteousness. They're the bad guys. Arjuna is on the side of the Pandavas, the good guys.
So do reconsider if you have to give him this news or not. Sanjay says, I have to give him this news. It's incredibly important. You must let me in. And while he's saying this, Dhritarashtra from inside of the room, he hears Sanjay's voice and he calls him in. Sanjay enters the room. And as soon as Sanjay enters the room, Dhritarashtra feels a change take over him. Sanjay is a pious soul, Punyatma. And Dhritarashtra is a sinner, Papatma. And just the presence of a pious soul near the sinner, he makes him feel something special on the inside. The way you don't need to be told when you're walking past a bakery. It's just the smell of the bakery. It hits you. It awakens something within you. In the same way, just being near a pious soul, it awakens something in Dhritarashtra. Dhritarashtra looks at Sanjay. He's blind, but in his general direction, he says, what are you here for? And Sanjay moves very close to Dhritarashtra's ear, so that nobody even outside can hear. And he whispers to him two words, Pitamaha Hataha. Pitamaha, Bhishma Pitamaha has passed away. And as soon as Dhritarashtra hears this, he's vexed. Impossible. What you're telling me is impossible. Bhishma Pita is unkillable. Bhishma Pita has a gift from the gods. When he was much younger, his name was Gangeya, and he took a vow of celibacy. And that vow of celibacy impressed the gods so much that the gods came onto earth. And they told Bhishma, they told Gangeya that your vow is so Bhishan, is so strong, that from this day forward your name is Bhishma. And our gift to you is that you can choose when you want to die. It's in your hands to choose the time and location of your own death. So Dhritarashtra tells this story again to Sanjay, and he says, you're telling me that Bhishma is dead? It's impossible. It is impossible for someone to kill Bhishma. So I want you to tell me, from the beginning, how all of this happened. Who was it that killed Bhishma? And then Sanjay says, it was Shikhandi. Shikhandi! Dhritarashtra, he's so angry, he said, Shikhandi is the one who killed Bhishma? How can a fox kill a lion? How can a pebble eradicate a mountain? Do you understand who Bhishma is? Bhishma is like 1,000 summer suns. Nobody can even stand in front of his light.
I should add that this is context to the greater story that the Bhagavad Gita takes place within, not central to the truths expounded in the Bhagavad Gita when we get there. So if you feel at any point this is a lot of information, many different Sanskrit names and people, don't worry. As soon as it becomes a dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna, all of this context becomes only relatively relevant to understand how they got there in the first place. But the truths stand up by themselves. The words that Krishna speaks will make immediate sense. So don't feel lost. Or do feel lost, you're allowed to. The greater story is the Mahabharata is 80,000 verses in Sanskrit prose. That is a very long story. In fact, it might be the longest story that has ever been written down. It's 10 times longer in textual length from the Iliad and the Odyssey, Homer's epics combined. 10 times larger, and those are very big stories themselves. The Bhagavad Gita is about, 1% of that? Or 0.1%, it's only 700 verses, whatever the math works out to be there. So it's a very small subset. So if you ever get confused on how many buzzwords are being used to introduce this story, it's because there's like tens of thousands of verses that lead up to this point, and we have to summarize them very succinctly. But don't worry.
Bhishma is like a hurricane. Anyone who even passes by him will be pulled by him. Bhishma is like a flowing river. Even standing by his banks is at a risk. You're telling me that Shikhandi was able to stop Bhishma? Impossible. Where was everyone else? Where was Arjun? Where was Yudhishthir? Where was Bhim? Where was Nakul, Saldev, Karna, Yuyutsu? Where was everyone else? Where was my son Duryodhan? Where was Dushasan? What direction were they facing? Where did all of this take place? And one by one, Dhritarashtra is just spewing questions at Sanjay. Sanjay says, pause. Let me tell you what happened. 10 days ago, in the month of Magshar, this is all happening place. 10 days ago, in Kurukshetra, 18 Akshohini worth of soldiers gathered. 18 Akshohini is roughly 4.8 million soldiers. Sanjay says, Duryodhan organized his army. He had 11 Akshohini. And on the other side, Krishna Bhagwan organized the Pandav army. They had 7 Akshohini. They're outnumbered. Now, it's not just 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's not a gap of 4 Akshohini. 4 Akshohini is roughly the population of South Dakota. I've looked it up. So on one side is just the Pandavs and their army. On the other side is that many soldiers plus the population of South Dakota. And in the morning, before the day of the war, on Magshar Sud Dasham, Krishna Bhagwan tells Arjun, he says, we are tragically outnumbered. Now, if we want to improve our opportunity in war, if we want to improve our chances of winning, we need to get some divine intervention. So you and me, let's come up with a plan. Arjun folds his hands and he says, Krishna Bhagwan, you guide me. What divine intervention can we ask for at this time? Krishna Bhagwan looks at Arjun and he says, near our lake, called Brahma Sarovar, let's build a small temple to Katyayani Devi. We'll do a Chandi Path. We'll sacrifice one of our soldiers from the army to get Mata onto our side. And Krishna Bhagwan, the day before the Mahabharata war started, took Arjun, made a sacrifice, and did a Chandi Path. This is all written in the Mahabharata. Quite often, sometimes in this world, we have these prejudices in our mind that one God, one Dev, or one Devi is superior to the other. If we look in the scriptures, we'll see that they all behave equally with each other. Many years ago, Pramukh Swami Maharaj, in one of the BAPS mandirs, he installed all the different murtis of God. Ramchandra Bhagwan, Shankar Bhagwan, Krishna Bhagwan, and Bhagwan Swami Narayan. And so someone made a passing comment that when you shut the doors or you shut the curtain, won't all the gods argue amongst each other? Pramukh Swami Maharaj said, gods have no issue amongst each other. It's people like you on this earth that have very small minds that think gods have an argument amongst each other. People have arguments against each other, not gods. Krishna Bhagwan takes Arjun, and on Magshar Sud Dasham, the day before the Mahabharata war started, he did a Chandi Path. Then, it's early in the morning. Sanjay tells Dhritarashtra, Magshar Sud Ekadashi, even before the sun rose, both armies arise. And they're saying one word, Yujyatam, 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 get ready, get ready, get ready. Both armies, they gather all of their soldiers. The Kauravas are facing west, the Pandavas are facing east. And at that time, Yudhishthir looks towards Arjun and he says, how should we organize our army? We're outnumbered. What type of view rachna, what type of organization should we use for our army? And at that time, Arjun tells Yudhishthir that when we were studying the rules of war, I remember from one of our lessons that when you're outnumbered, you should make the front part of your army very sharp. So let's make a Vajra view in the shape of a lightning bolt. And at the very front, Suchi Mukam Anikam Syat. Our army should be very sharp. Who will we put at the front? Let's put Bhim. Because Bhim, with his mace, is such a strong fighter that if he had to fight against the ocean, he could drive the entire ocean, exhaust the ocean, but he wouldn't get exhausted. They agree internally. And then they stand for war. And right as they're standing, as the sun is rising, Arjun looks at the Kaurav army and he sees Bhishma Pita. In front of him is Bhishma Pita, who has long white hair, a long white beard. His crown, his headdress is made out of silver. His armor is made out of silver. His chariot is made out of silver. Everything is shining. And as the sun is rising, in front of the sun, Bhishma shines like the moon. That's how Vyasji has described the entire scenario, the environment. And while Arjun is watching this, a gust of wind comes from behind the Pandavas and towards the Kauravas. Now, as the wind is coming from behind the Pandavas, is gathering all the smell of the Pandavas. The Pandavas, many of them haven't bathed first thing in the morning. And there are all of these animals. And as the smell gets more and more rancid, it hits the first line of the Kauravas, and the first line of the Kaurav army starts to vomit. And now that smell of the vomit starts to get added to that already putrid smell, and the second line begins to vomit. Third line begins to vomit. Fourth line begins to vomit. And with that wind, there's a big cloud of dust that forms. And everyone starts to scatter amongst both armies as they try to get their armies back into a proper formation. At that time, Sanjay tells Dhritarashtra, Arjuna, because of the wind and the dust cloud, his hair became loose, out of his headdress. As he was putting his hair back behind his eyes, he was tying it behind his head, he told Krishna Bhagwan, I want you to take my chariot between both armies. Before the war started, I saw where Bhishma was standing. I saw that next to Bhishma was Duryodhan. On the other side of Bhishma was Dushasan. I saw that next to Dushasan was Ashwathama. And next to Ashwathama were the other soldiers. But now, I'm worried that maybe they've moved some of the warriors around. I want to see them again. So take my chariot between both sides of between both armies. Sena yor ubayor madhye. Ratham stapaya mechuta. And when Sanjay tells this to Dhritarashtra, Dhritarashtra stops Sanjay. He says, stop. You've told me about some of the warriors and where they were standing. I want to know in full detail where everyone is. Where is Yuyutsu in this? And Sanjay says, I left Yuyutsu out on purpose. Yuyutsu is Dhritarashtra's oldest son. While Dhritarashtra and his wife Gandhari, while Gandhari was pregnant with Duryodhan, she was pregnant for 2 years. So Dhritarashtra, being the king, the de facto king at the time, was worried about his lineage. So he sired another son with his handmaiden named Sauvali. That son is actually the oldest of the Kauravas. That son's name is Yuyutsu. And for Dhritarashtra, Yuyutsu is his insurance policy. He's got 101 other children, 100 other boys, and one daughter named Dushala. These 101 children, he knows are at risk because they have 2 bad parents. But Yuyutsu only has 1 bad parent, Dhritarashtra. Sauvali is a good mother. So for him, for Dhritarashtra, Yuyutsu is his insurance policy. Sanjay says that at the very beginning of the war, Yudhishthira, he gave an ultimatum. He said, this is my last opportunity that I'm giving to anyone on the Kaurav side. If you want to fight on the side of Dharma, then you have to come on this side. Because Dharma exists where Krishna is. And Krishna is on our side. Yuyutsu heard this and he understood that wherever there is Krishna, there is Dharma. And wherever there is Dharma, there is victory. So at the very beginning of the war, Yuyutsu switched sides. And when he hears that, Dhritarashtra says the word sadhu, sadhu, meaning good, good. He's actually satisfied that one of his children has a chance to survive. And then Dhritarashtra says, tell me everything. I want to know all the details about what happened in Kurukshetra. And now here, the shlok, the couplet that Dhritarashtra says, is the first shlok of the famous Srimad Bhagavad Gita that we read today. Dhritarashtra tells Sanjay, Dharma kshetre Kurukshetre, samaveta yuyutsavaha, mamaka pandavascheva, kima kurvata Sanjaya. Sanjay, in Kurukshetra, what were my children and Pandu's children doing? How were they organized when they were preparing for war? Everything I said before this is background. In the Mahabharata, there are actually 31 chapters in the Bhishma Parva that are called the Gita Parva. In those 31 chapters, 18 chapters are considered the famous Srimad Bhagavad Gita that we have today. And this couplet is the very first couplet, Dharma Kshetre Kurukshetre. Dhritarashtra asked Sanjay what everyone is doing. And at that time, Sanjay, he again describes where all the soldiers are standing.
Is a beautiful pair of words that open up the first chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Dharma kshetre kurukshetre. Dharma means righteousness or righteous duty. Kuru is the side of the Kauravas, the name of, that's the Sanskrit plural for Kurus, as Kauravas. Kuru is the singular. So on the field, kshetra means field. In the field of righteousness, the field of us, we, Sanjay is saying, there's already a subtle connotation that Sanjaya, the seer, or something that you should know is that Sanjaya is not actually present on the battlefield. He is using a boon that he got to be able to relay what's happening on the battlefield. Kind of like FaceTime. Nowadays we have FaceTime. Sanjaya has spiritual FaceTime. He can see what's happening on the battlefield. The fact that he's saying the field of our family, also known as the field of righteousness, proves that Sanjaya is trying to affirm a king who is anxious about if they really are on the side of dharma. There is that hesitation there. Dharma kshetre kurukshetre. Our people in the field of righteousness. Unfortunately, they are not on the side of dharma.
Where are the Pandavas, where are the Kauravas, and how they begin the war. And at that time, Sanjay reminds Dhritarashtra that after the wind blew, Arjuna tells Krishna Bhagwan, Sena yor ubayor madhye ratham stapaya mechuta. Why? Why does he want his chariot to be taken between both armies? Ger maya saha yoddhavyam. Asmin rana samudyame. Who am I fighting against? I want to see my enemies. Now this is it. This is the first miracle of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. The first miracle is not in the 11th chapter when Krishna Bhagwan takes a full form, Vishwarup Darshan. No, the first miracle is that in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, God's Updesh, God's guidance, the first command isn't from God to devotee, it's actually from devotee to God. Arjuna commands God, take my chariot between the two armies. Krishna Bhagwan does as he's told. And Krishna Bhagwan takes Arjuna between the two armies and he says, look across and see your enemies. And when Arjuna looks, he sees his family. He sees his grandfathers, he sees his uncles, his maternal uncles, he sees his cousins, his nephews, he sees his brothers. And all of a sudden, he is just lost. He goes into deep depression, distress. Krupaya paraya vishto. Arjuna is overcome with grief. And in that grief, he looks to Krishna Bhagwan and he's unable to say anything to him while he's in the chariot. He gets out of the chariot, goes behind his own chariot, drops his bow, falls to his knees. Krishna Bhagwan is confused. What's happening here in front of all of these millions of people? Krishna Bhagwan gets out of the chariot, goes behind the chariot and sees Arjuna on his knees, cowering and sweating. And Arjuna looks to him and he says, Bhagwan, Siddhanti mama gatrani, mukham cha parishushyti, vepatuscha sharire me roma harshascha jayate, gandivam sransate hastat, tvakcheva paridayate, nacha shaknomi avastatum, brahmativa cha me manaha. Bhagwan, my entire body is shaking. My skin is burning. My mind is just moving. I cannot stand still. My mouth is dry. My eyes are flickering. I can't hold my bow. Everything is going wrong. I don't know what's happening to me. And at this point, Krishna Bhagwan looks at him. And Krishna Bhagwan laughs. Prahasan Eva. Look at the situation here. Arjuna is sweating. He is in fear, in complete conflict internally. A few years ago, there was an article in The Economist. And it was a very small article about the winters in North India. And at that time, that small article said that the winters in North India, especially that year, were so bad that roughly 50 people died because of the cold. Just the cold killed 50 people in North India that winter. This is 5,000 years ago. In the month of Makshar, in the winter, in Kurukshetra, in North India, in the type of cold that kills people, Arjuna is sweating. Imagine how bad it must be burning inside for this to be happening. And while he's crying, Krishna Bhagwan laughs. Prahasan Eva. When you can go in front of him, cry your eyes out, and he looks at you and can laugh. When his Shobtu Somya Mukharvind Hasatu Hoy, then you know you've picked the right Keshav. And the reason for this is their response will help you get out of your response. Imagine if you're sick and you go to the doctor and you tell the doctor, my throat's been sore for a few days. I've been having this fever. what do you think's wrong with me? And the doctor looks at you and says, oh man, I don't know. But there are a lot of bad things going around right now. And I've heard these qualities and these different symptoms from other people, and you having them, I'm worried. And quite a few people have passed away from similar symptoms just recently. Now, you might just have a regular cold, but hearing that other people may have passed away from having similar symptoms, all of a sudden your disease doubles. But if you go to the doctor and you tell him the same thing and your doctor laughs, but Hassan, he laughs and he says, don't worry about it. These types of symptoms are common for so many different things. It could be nothing serious at all. We'll do a few simple tests, and I have confidence that you'll be okay by the end of this meeting. Then half of our disease goes away in just that consolence. The response we get in our worst times can help alleviate it or help increase that situation. Picking the right guru to help alleviate our pains. This is what Arjun's grief is going to teach us. Arjun then, one by one, lays out dozens of different arguments about why he doesn't want to fight the war. None of those arguments are good. But he lays them out, and one by one, Krishna Bhagwan listens. He lets Arjun finish all of his reasons before Bhagwan speaks. There is no Srimad Bhagavad Gita in the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. It's all Arjun Gita. It's all Arjun giving his guidance and his reasoning to Krishna Bhagwan. From the first chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, we understand one thing, that Arjun had a conflict in his life. That conflict led to depression, led to despair. In Sanskrit, that despair is called Vishad. But he didn't stay in that Vishad. He didn't try to solve that Vishad on his own. He sought help from the right person. He sought help from Guru and from God. And by connecting his Vishad to God, he turned that Vishad into Vishad-yoga. The entire topic of the Bhagavad Gita, the whole scripture, is going to be yoga, a connection with God. Yoga is defined as a connection with God. When you take your depression, or your frustration, or your tension, or your stress, or any problem you have in your life, and you connect that problem to God, your Vishad becomes Vishad-yoga. Don't worry about having Vishad. Vishad is not the problem. The problem that we have, the mistake we make, is that we connect it to the wrong person afterwards. Many of the great sages throughout Indian history, throughout Hindu Dharma, have had Vishad in their life, have had some sort of despair. For example, Vyasji, we'll talk about him later in the future, in one of the future lectures. But when he had despair in his life, he didn't try to solve it on his own. He went to the sage Narad, and he made his Vishad into Vishad-yoga. And from that, we got the Srimad Bhagavat.
Vyasji is the compiler of the scriptures in Hinduism, a very rich figure in terms of the mythology surrounding him. He is simply known as Veda Vyasa Ji, as an honorific Ji, meaning the compiler of knowledge, who incarnates lifetime after lifetime to take strands of wisdom in the form of mantras and put them in the right order to compile certain events that took place in times before the current age. So our dear Vedanta Acharya is saying that even Veda Vyasji, the one who brought to us the scriptures that we're reading, even he had Vishad, had despondency.
When Narad himself had Vishad, he didn't try to solve it on his own. He went to the Guru Sanat Sujat. He turned his Vishad into Vishad-yoga, and from that we get the Bhuma Vidya in the Chandogya Upanishad. The sage Valmiki, he also had despair in his life, but he didn't try to solve it on his own. He turned his Vishad into Vishad-yoga. And from that we got the Valmiki Ramayana. Arjun has a problem in his life. He went to the right person. He connected his Vishad to God and turned his Vishad into Vishad-yoga. And in the process, we get the entire Srimad Bhagavad Gita. The first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita teaches us a very important lesson. For Arjun, God wasn't in his village. God wasn't far away in his house. God was right in front of him. Standing right in front of him was God. And here he was on his knees in tears. The moment will come in your life and in my life where God will be standing right in front of us and we will have nothing we can say to him except cry. And at that time, it's okay. Because if we take our pain, if we take our frustration, If we take our misery, our despair, our grief, every emotion that we have, and we connect it to God, then our Vishad can become Vishad-yoga. At the end of the first chapter, Arjuna lays out all of his reasons why he doesn't want to fight the war. Bhagwan does not respond. And in the second chapter, when Bhagwan does respond, he'll start to handle the disease, not the symptoms. Until then, I pray that whenever Vishad we have in our lives, and whenever we have Vishad in our lives, we can take that Vishad, connect it to God, turn our Vishad into Vishad-yoga. For that, I pray. Astu.
So thank you for listening, everyone. That was the first episode in this series. Next week, we'll come back to do the second chapter, which is where it really properly begins. The first chapter is the context, linking the story to the greater story, the Bhagavad Gita to the Mahabharata. Krishna doesn't even speak in that first chapter. Sorry to disappoint you, but it's helpful to know in the second chapter, which I assume we're going into next time. We didn't really go into it verse by verse, although the Vedanta Acharya certainly mentioned many verses, some not in a particular order, but definitely gave an excellent introduction on the basis of the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. So that's the story thus far, that two families fighting, and the reason that we get this story today is because the story was relayed from Sanjaya, the divine seer and secretary to King Dhritarashtra, and eventually that was brought to us through oral tradition for thousands of years before we wrote it down finally. And contained within that vision is the divine song, which we'll really get into in the second chapter after Krishna responds to all of Arjuna's points about why he should still show up to his duty in spite of him speaking words of wisdom about lamenting, fighting at all. And we go into an understanding of the nature of the true self that cannot be killed, etc. I assume next time we'll go probably more verse by verse, especially when we get into the nice nitty-gritty details of the Vedanta. So thank you. This has been the first episode in our new segment on the Srimad Bhagavad Gita lecture series. I hope it serves you well. Namaste. We can go back to our manana, and I'll turn the background music back up. When we get into the meat, the veggie meat, Shtrihasya Chitrakara. It's like the first day of class, you just discuss the syllabus. The context of why you're studying this and its significance. What you're going to get into. That was syllabus day. Syllabus week. See you next week. So thank you, dear Shadow Wolf, for the 2025 that you had sent. Hare Krishna. Dear Tan, how are you? Thank you for your heart me as well. Jai Sita Ram. Deanna, thank you for your heart me and your rose too. Om Harim Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Johnny Doe, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. P-Flomatics, thank you for the flowers you sent too. Om An Namah Shakti Shivaya. Gabriel, you're wondering, what is Vishad-yoga and how is it better? I'm not exactly sure the question, perhaps it wasn't clear. That's the name of the first chapter. Arjuna Vishad-yoga. Every chapter is named a kind of yoga. Yoga just means union, bringing something in this devotional context to the divine. So the name of the first chapter, Arjuna Vishad-yoga, means Arjuna bringing his despondency, Vishad, in union with the divine, yoga. If you're curious to how we use the word yoga in the Western context relative to the way we're using it in this context, what one should use as their definition of yoga is a school of classical Indian philosophy. That's what it is. That's how it originated. There are 6 traditional schools classically in Indian philosophy. One of those 6 schools is yoga. Yoga is characteristic among the many schools of philosophy because it's super in-depth to all areas of life. And you wouldn't expect that of a of a philosophy. Philosophy to us in the West, we tend to understand it as merely intellectualization. Someone sitting in a chair with their fist against their chin, pondering, pontificating. Our idea of philosophy is very different than in the East. In the East, philosophy is something that you live. If you see truth in a certain perspective, then you direct your whole body to live that truth. Given the fact that we're a very body-centric culture as well, when the philosophy of yoga came to the West, we kind of dropped off most of the philosophy, and what ended up remaining is just the physical part of the philosophy, the practice. So to this day, when most people in the West hear the word yoga, they probably associate it with hatha yoga, the yoga of the body, or asana yoga, the yoga of postures and stretches. But it's actually a whole school of philosophy that covers every area of life. And so the reason you hear of so many different kinds of yoga is because there's a different part of that philosophy for every part of life. There's a yoga of how you conduct your body, many. Yoga of how you conduct your breathing, a yoga of how you conduct your thinking, a yoga of how you conduct your eating, there's a yoga of how you conduct your business. Every area of life has a yoga associated with it. And again, the word yoga in this context means bringing into union with the divine. So how can you bring into union your body with the divine? How can you bring into union your breath, your eating, your thinking, your interpersonal connections, relationships? There's a yoga for every part of life. That's the philosophical school. So it's not just stretching. Tatwamasi, you ask, was the Bhagavad Gita tailored for Arjuna? If it was somebody else, would Krishna have approached it differently? That's a very good question. The purpose of the Bhagavad Gita was to be heard by everyone in the Kali Yuga. So Arjuna is speaking to everyone. Krishna is speaking through Arjuna to everyone. If it was somebody else, it's kind of like asking, what if you were born a different person? Well, you weren't. This is how the way things went. It was Arjuna's karma to be in that situation. And if it was anybody else, it would certainly be the same Bhagavad Gita. That would just become the new Arjuna. Arjuna is defined by his role as the receiver, the recipient of the Bhagavad Gita. Noor, you make the connection of how you incorporate your submitted will into everything. The sunnahs of how to do everything. I like that. Yeah, that's a great connection, Noor. Gabriel, that's right. So it means how you can bring your suffering to the divine, but you don't understand how that's done. To be fair, we haven't got there yet in the Bhagavad Gita. But it's very simple. Through prayer. Instead of holding it all in and assuming that you're the only person that has to bear this weight that you feel, you let that load off. You pray. If you are very fortunate to have a holy figure that you look up to and respect, then they become your fast pass. You can go to someone who is already very established in prayer and ask them to pray for you. You lament to them and they pawn your prayers off to the divine. That would be a spiritual teacher or a guru. Otherwise, no problem. We can turn to the inner guru, our own higher self, as a connection to source, and in the comfort of our own home, in our own private space, we can lament, we may cry. Thank you, Rafi, for the rose that you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. Neon Jello Pack, thank you for your hand hearts as well. Om Som Somaya Namah. Dearest Kevin, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Param Hanumate Namah. Gina, thank you for your rose, and GG too. And an ice cream cone. Haum Jum Sa Bhur Bhuvaswa Tryambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Swaha Bhuvaha Bhum Om Swaha Om Saha Jom Haum Om. Gabriel, you share, you think through everything. You're asking if it can be. That is definitely half of it done already. Just turning your mind, using your mind to express what you're going through rather than bottling it up. You don't even have to speak out loud, just in your own mind. The second part of that would be to channel that inward, or to a place that you feel can deeply hear you, hear your own thoughts. It doesn't even have to be in a theistic sense. You know, whatever energy pervades the universe, whatever greater being there is in the entirety of reality, you can even make it a possibility that if there is anyone that listens to these thoughts, then this is what I would have to say for you. And one does so with a kind of sentiment of a prayerful attitude. Here are my innermost thoughts. O vast expanse that I am a part of, hear me out. Listen to my woes without expectations, without placing demands, without assumptions. Just imagine the most wonderful, lovely recipient is hearing them. Yeah. You got it, dear Gabriel. I like the way you put that. When we release it into infinite consciousness, lessening our burden. Yeah. And that is a wonderful definition for God. Infinite consciousness. I love that. I like that too, Noor. I'll have to learn how to pronounce that, but Bismillah, 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 Bismillah. Anyway, the meaning of it is to invoke the sentiment of doing something in the way of God. I love that. Dear HS, you ask, do I do this full time? It depends what you mean by full time. I do these live streams every day. Yes, much as I can. It's not my 9 to 5. It's usually 5 to 9. It's not my 9 to 5, it's my 5 to 9. We're approaching 9 p.m. Pacific time where I live. I said it right the first time. Well, now I have to remember how I said it the first time. Bismillah. Or how many vowels are there? Bismillah. 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 I'll practice it. Bismillah. Bismillah. Thank you. I hope I'm getting closer. I agree, dear Gabriel. I am not a fan of conversion. I don't think there's anything to convert into or out of. I think, what's there to change about a being that's not already there? Now, I do feel ceremonies can be beautiful, but I don't feel like they're necessary. If you want to convert to any belief system, in my opinion, it's as easy as just snapping your fingers. Boom. And if you ever want to stop doing it, you just snap your finger. You don't even have to snap your fingers. That's just for dramatic effect. I'm now a part of this perspective. Now I'm no longer part of this. Now I am. Now I'm not. Now I am. Now I'm not. You can go in and out of a perspective at any moment. There doesn't have to be any formalities. I have a question of the day for you all, if you are interested in exploring it together. This will be the second to last thing we do. Then we'll have a meditation, if you're interested. But I'll answer Stevie G's question first. Did I need a therapist that is aware of spiritual stuff for it to work for me? It can absolutely help. I think therapy is spiritual, even if you don't use spiritual vocabulary. Even if you stick to clinical terms, it's a spiritual process. Going deep within your samskaras, the impressions of your consciousness, working through those tapas, that austerity, that discipline. In a way, your therapist is an upaguru, is a temporary teacher that guides you into yourself, your atma, through inquiry, vichara. It's absolutely spiritual. But you don't have to make it terminologically spiritual. You don't have to use spiritual terminology. In the same way that you don't have to get Reiki certification to give good vibes to your friends. If you're feeling good, you emanate that good vibes anyway. But anyone who needs therapy, I recommend it. Even if you're a very spiritual, open-minded person that's interested in going beyond traditional means of healing, I wouldn't rule it out. If it works for you, it's wonderful. We can use as much help as we can get. So, my question of the day today is, what signals a person's inner peace? You're very welcome, Stevie G. What is it about a person that you just get the impression, there's peace in there? How can someone not hide that? What gives it away? What's the tell beyond the poker face? Having no secrets. I like that, P-Flomatics. They're an open book. They've got nothing to hide. The twinkle in their eyes. It's a poetic answer, dear Gregor G, but also something very real about that. Something about the twinkle in someone's eyes. Life. Cheers, Talitha. Life signals inner peace. Many ways in which I can see that to be true. Being humble, shares Jackie. Being calm, yeah. Non-reactivity, shares Katie. That's a very simple litmus test. Thank you, Val, for the heart me that you sent. Very kind of you. Om Namah Karim Ambita me Shoring de Nadita me Haring Devita me Aing Sarasvatyai Swaha. Dear Gabriel, you share lack of fidgeting, contentment, calmness, resilience, positive attitude, authenticity, empathy. I like all these. Although the guru of Paramahansa Yogananda, he was said to always be fidgeting. I found that really cute, adorable, revered as so enlightened, but he was always playing with his hands. Unbind your mind, you share. Joyous, content, expressive. What a nice trio of words, I like that. Neon Jello Pack, you share. They are fully present in the moment, not overly preoccupied with the past or the future. It's very simple too. Explosive confidence, shares Riri. Yeah, I see that. Neon Jello Pack, you share, you add, and approach life with clarity and awareness. Clarity and awareness. Nur, you share, the light shines from in outward. Very poetic. Apostolos, you share, we do not know. I like that answer too. Can one truly know? It's good to question the premise. Stevie G, you share the ability to hold space while you talk to them and having patience. That's beautiful. Okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. You're wondering what's my answer? Well, thank you for asking. I'll share what I think after I listen from all of you. I want to give you the floor first. Tatvamasi, you share ahimsa, non-violence, least harm. Crossfires, you share graceful movement. I like that. Hybrid Zen, you share their stature. Stature does hold a lot of impressions. Uncle Tony, you share acceptance, humility, and authenticity. I like these virtues. Good values, shares apostolos. Shauriyahasya Chitrakara, you share the amount of malas they wear around their neck. You look at a baby could wear no malas around their neck, and they could be so happy inside, so content, so peaceful. And you could put a mala around the same baby and then they go, wah! All that inner peace gone. What is this touching me? Okay, it's Believe in Me, Jackie. You share silence within themselves. Inner silence. Deanna, you share letting go of illusions, dichotomies of how life needs to be, truth in being, meditation. Also surrender and embodying peace within. I like that. We've got a Sanskrit word from P-Flomatics, Swikara. You'll have to tell me the meaning of this word. You can teach me. Good morning, Rani. Hybrid Jen, you share. You want to say the party went well and you worried for nothing. I'm happy to hear that the party went well, dear Hybrid Jen. Samra, you share by feeling inner peace and allowing the other to express themselves. I like that. Welcome back, Riri. Deanna, you share return to innocence. I like that. A return to innocence. I'd love to know about the etymology of innocence. Seems like it would have a good history to it. Tatvamasi and P-Flomatics, you tell me this Sanskrit word means acceptance. Swikara. Beautiful. Thank you. I'll have to remember that. Swikara. Kara means maker. I wonder what svi, what this word by itself means then. To make what is acceptance? I suppose we can solve for svi, like an algebraic equation. If you make svi and it becomes acceptance, what must svi be? Dear Val, your answer to our question of the day is floating in water, your way of meditation, a distancing from everything. I like that feeling of weightlessness. Mirna, hello. You share light smiles and shining eyes. Leo, you shared their breathing. I like that. Swa is themselves, swakara, the maker of oneself. Being acceptance. It's very beautiful. That's your guess though? Well, looking at the Devanagari that P-Flow sent, it was Svi rather than Swa, but maybe it is derived from Swa. Medium rare, you share joy regardless of circumstances. That is beautiful. Dear Prab, you ask, is this Isha music? I believe it is Isha music. Took a while for us to figure that out many live streams ago. But yes, I believe it came from the Isha Foundation. Stevie G, you share how they walk, how they breathe, how they eat, and how they live each moment. I like that. A little bit of everything gives you an impression. Hello, dear Mariham. And hello, dear Carrie Lou. You share you just had heartache. I'm sorry to hear that, Carrie Lou. You're not alone. Lots of people go through heartache every day. Part of life that seems to coming back more frequent than not. Let's pause our question of the day there for now. Thank you everyone for exploring it together. I love many of your answers. I love all of your answers. The many answers were beautiful. I would say that what makes someone show their inner peace is through situations that those around them may react strongly to, but they seem to keep their peace. They're able to keep their peace, even in absence of peace around them. If they're able to keep their peace, even when the world around them isn't peaceful, there must be peace somewhere, and if it's not outside, then it must be within. Carrie Lou, you share, your heart is very broken. And you shared beautiful moments with a beautiful man. And those beautiful moments were genuinely beautiful, even if they won't continue in the same way going forward. None of that beauty that you shared goes anywhere already. I will echo that, dear Gregor G. I love you guys for answering. I even love you if you didn't. I believe in your peace. Myrna, you point out that peace is not detachment. It's true. Peace just never means being ignorant of what's going on around us, or not involving ourselves in any way. In fact, inner peace is the very best platform to be engaged with the world in. From inner peace, you can make the world around you more peaceful. And Deanna, you add that being able to hold peace in the midst of seeming chaos. Peace within. Yes. Little panda friend, you share most disturbing emotions can be helped by the pure beam of light that is love. I see the truth in that. Always being humble and thankful, shares Orani too. That is a tall tale of a tale of inner peace. Bphlegmatics, you share that the Buddha said attachment is the root of all suffering. And the Buddha said, what is the root of attachment? Where does attachment come from? In the chain of dependent origination, what is the root of attachment? Does anyone know? Suffering in the Buddhist chain of dependent origination comes from attachment? Where does that attachment come from? Riri, you share fear of lack. Actually, the Buddha said that fear comes from attachment. That if you are afraid of losing something, you're already attached. You may cling on harder because of that fear, however. Desire shares crossfires. In this context, attachment and desire would be synonymous. So there's something deeper from the mother, shares Talita. Not the mother. Although I am very attached to my mother, that's for sure. Expectations, shares G to infinity. In this context, expectations would be on the same level as attachment. Something deeper still. Pleasure and pain? No, that comes after. Pleasure and pain comes from being in contact with what we're attached to, or being away from what we're attached to. There's a very specific answer that the Buddha gave. Emotions? No, emotions arise relative to our attachments. They depend on them. The material world? No, not the material world. Yes, that's it, diplomatics. The root of attachment is non-acceptance. And non-acceptance of what? In particular. The non-acceptance of what leads to attachment? And you have a very good question, CC. We'll explore that. Of impermanence. Bingo, bango, bingo! Buddha taught, simply, if you accept that all things come to pass, that everything is impermanent, how can you be attached to anything? And if you are not attached to anything, given your acceptance of this, then what do you really have to suffer? If we really analyze our own suffering, it comes predominantly, if not all, from the grief of these attachments. So, the Buddha said, to go in search for that which is impermanent is an ignoble quest. It's not a noble quest. If we chase after things that are impermanent, we'll never truly be satisfied. What we require is permanence, and that cannot be found by any object, person, or place in this world. We must go within. That's a very beautiful answer though, Fabo. Acceptance that you are enough. I love that. Yeah, that would go hand in. That is a complementary idea for sure. So, dear Cece, you had asked a beautiful question. How can one practice the art of not being attached to any expectations? I would actually say that you don't have to worry about not being attached to any expectations. There is a distinction between attachments and expectations. You are allowed to have expectation. No matter who you are, the experiences that you've had are going to lead you into believing that some outcomes are more likely than others, and some outcomes are more favorable than others. That's part of our programming. There's no real way to separate ourselves from that without losing our memory of the past. And because these things always imprint upon our consciousness, some amount of expectation will always be there. What we can do is make peace that our expectations might not be fulfilled. Some people say that the solution is to not have expectations, but is that a realistic expectation? Can we expect ourselves to not have expectations? What a paradox that would be. Actually, we can make peace with the outcomes and still have expectations. Like we go into surgery expecting that the doctor prescribed this treatment for a certain outcome, and that gives you the highest probable survival chances or whatever. But can you make peace with the fact that that might not happen? There is a chance that things might go wrong or that you don't get healthy. Can you make peace with that? That's actually a separate matter from not having expectations. But we do colloquially kind of interchange these words a lot. Often when we say expectation, we mean attachment and vice versa. But distinguishing between these two subtle things can be the first step. Dear MCH, you ask, do I worship Lakshmi? I wouldn't use the word worship for any form of the divine personally, at least not the English word, in the way we might usually be familiar with it. To me, I see the divine less as a place of receiving worship, but a part of our being. The part of our being that illuminates our inner landscape of thoughts, of places, through sights, sounds, experiences like tastes, smells. I see the divine as the I am within me. I see the divine as the I am within all of us. If by worship we mean reverence, I have a lot of reverence for that divinity, and my favorite way of honoring that is by serving everyone, serving the life that that divine pervades, which includes you and I. So my way of worshiping the divine is by being kind to others, because ultimately it is the divine that shines through all of us. The ultimate recipient of kindness is the divine. So I hope to bring that kindness wherever I go. Dear Zebra, you're wondering, how old am I? In this body, 23. Dear Knuckles, you're wondering, what is the 144-year cycle that's being celebrated right now? You're probably referring to the Mahakumbha Mela, which is a festival celebrated in India at the confluence of two rivers that are physically there and one river that is spiritually there. The Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati. every 12 years, it's said that Saraswati rises to the surface. That's called a regular Kumbh Mela. But a dozen dozens, a cycle of cycles, 144, a gross, that's called a Maha, a great Kumbh Mela. And it so happens to align with a certain planetary conjunction. If you've heard of the Maha Kumbh Mela, or you've heard of the fact that last week or the last few weeks there was all the planets visible from one side of the Earth at nighttime, then that's the same astrological phenomenon, just seen in different ways. The significance of the trio of rivers coming together is actually something you might already be familiar with metaphorically in your own physiology. In your body, you might know that you have 3 parts of your nervous system. You have a sympathetic nervous system. That is your rest and digest response. You have your parasympathetic nervous system. That's your fight or flight response. And then you have your central nervous system, which is the conscious force itself. Ancient yogis were really wise, and they observed that their land had its own kind of nervous system, and the Ganga and Yamuna represents the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system, and Saraswati represents the central nervous system. Our body goes through cycles too, where our sympathetic nervous system is more active or our parasympathetic nervous system is more active, and sometimes our central nervous system joins in as well. In Sanskrit, this refers to our Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna Nadis, the Sanskrit name for these rivers, quote-unquote, within us. One way that the yogis checked which river was flowing within them is their nostrils. That if your left nostril is open, then your Ida Nadi is flowing. If your right nostril is open, then your Pingala Nadi is flowing. And if both nostrils are flowing, then that's a Kumbh Mela. And when you bring your central nervous system into the mix through meditation, then that can create a very powerful meditative experience. So the ancient yogis, they believed that everything that happens in the body, there's a parallel in their land and also in the universe. So that's the connection between our body, our geography, and our astronomy. Dear Crafty, you have one nostril open as you're sick right now. And which one is that, out of curiosity? Is it your left or your right? Thank you for your wonderful question, dear Knuckles. Thank you for being here, dear Gabriel. You're always welcome to come and go as you please. You had also asked a question that I didn't see till now. What about people without morality? With true evil, is there divinity there? It just seems like darkness. Even though the divinity exists everywhere equally, it doesn't shine in its reflection everywhere equally. In the same way that the light hitting all of the water of the earth can get reflected equally But if the water has been dirtied, or if the water is very turbulent, you won't see the reflection of the sun in dirty or wavy water. In the same way, if a human being has become dirtied or troubled by the waves and torrents of life, then the reflection of that light may not be seen in them either. But if one cleans themselves, stills the water, you will find it there too. That may take many years of therapy and people being there for them and community help and self-help, but it's always possible to clean the waters and calm the waves. The right is open, dear crafty. So your Pingala Nadi is open. That's the sun principle. That's the divine masculine. So I would probably guess that right now you're actually feeling relatively okay in your sickness cycles. That I would guess that a few hours ago you were probably a little more emotional than you were right now. When the other side was open, your divine feminine was flowing, you were really feeling the change of the sickness. Now that the right side is open, you're having a little break. You feel a little more inward. And thank you, Knuckles, for the manifesting gift. That's very kind of you. Namo Buddhaya. Hello, dear Jackie. Dear Gabriel, you share, in reference to your question, you meant the primary psychopaths, people born without empathy, still sometimes choose to be good. I see. As far as I know, modern psychology is moving away from that term, and the more we learn about childhood psychology, it becomes increasingly clear that nobody is born without empathy, but trauma can happen very early in childhood, even in ways that don't seem to appear traumatic. A child can get traumatized even by parents that love them. To the outside world, families would have no idea why that child reacted in such a way. But even the smallest amount of emotional negligence or a lack of mirroring can lead to profound mental health problems later in life. But that all of it can be remedied, at least in part, if not fully, through a full assortment of various techniques, holistic care, and embarking on the spiritual path really helps too. Empathy is the nature of everyone deep down, but there may be hardened layers of life that have hid that part, maybe for almost their whole life, and so it seems like they were always unkind or cruel or uncaring. But the truth is that when people do show a lack of empathy, it's probably because they have experienced trauma in some way. And it's a defense mechanism that they've hid that vulnerable, sensitive self under many layers of personalities that protects them from unboxing that trauma. Dear Tato, you're wondering, what are these necklaces? These are malas, which are used in meditation, they help you meditate. These particular malas are made of rudraksha seeds. Dear Stevie G, you ask, is the divine just nice and kind, or can the divine also be harsh, rude, and cruel? The divine is an abode of nothing but love. And for most purposes, that love is nice and kind. Every now and then, our loved ones might give us a wake-up call. And to us in the moment, it might seem hard, harsh, rude, or cruel, as is the default reaction to most interventions, for example. But if anyone ever says that the divine punishes, they haven't quite opened up fully to what the divine embodies. The divine is not a punisher. The divine is love itself. Punishment is a human concept that we inflict upon each other. The divine gives us challenges. It's up to us to use those challenges to grow from them. We have to put in that effort to benefit from them. But every experience from the divine is one of love. Dear Pabel, you're wondering if I trimmed my hair. My mother trimmed my hair a few weeks ago. Dear Cece, you share that your godfather recently said that evil needs to be born. So he meant there is evil children. And it made you so sad to hear this through him. He's usually such a gentle soul. Even the wisest people have areas in which they can become wiser in. And if your godfather is truly a gentle soul, then maybe he's using this term in a different way that you might be familiar with. Even though we all speak the same language in the Sangha here. Well, maybe there's someone listening that doesn't speak English. Hello to you anyway. But generationally, we can use our vocabulary very differently. And I know that people in older generations can have a very different relationship with the concept of evil than younger generations. That does sound very traumatic, dear Deanna. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad what I said resonated with you, dear Gabriel. Oh, I love that little panda friend. Hello, dear glass ghost. Welcome back. You can call me Yam Yam, that's fine. Hypergen, you share, you shaved your teen son's face last night for the first time. He giggled the entire time being ticklish. Aw, what a beautiful moment. I was very ticklish today. I got a pedicure for the first time. I woke up early, and I guess as a reward for waking up early, my mom offered to take me with her to go get a pedicure. And I had never got one before, and I was a little ticklish. My left foot, not so much, but my right foot, I was squirming for one part of it. I was squirming when she got that cheese grater looking thing to grate the callus off my heel. But only my right foot, interestingly. What does that say about Ida and Pingala? I'm not sure. I did break my back when I was younger, and I think a nerve pinched something that has affected my left leg more than my right leg. Crossfires, you share. Your son won't go with you yet, but one day. Well, they're missing out. I love my pedicure. Look at these orange, sparkly toes. See them? Dear Niangelo Pack, you ask if I can advise how to detach from trauma and the sense of injustice that bubbles from letting go. The sense of injustice that bubbles from letting go. That's very descriptive of you, and yes, I know exactly what you're referring to. You go through trauma, and someone tells you, just let go. Is that helpful? No. It's a lovely thing to say, let go. It's almost never a practical piece of advice, though. And with trauma, that's especially so. I would not tell someone to let go of their traumas per se. Of course, there is a sense of release that comes. But how does that release come? Does it come from dissociating from your trauma, or detaching yourself, or repressing it, or ignoring it? No. It continues to stay there until you have the tools to process it. And so you process it. And once processed, you've released it. You release it through process. How do you process it? Well, that's what therapy is for, and other therapeutic things. You bring the trauma to the surface and you work through it. It's not an easy process. It brings up all sorts of emotions. It's challenging, but you have to go through it. So at one day, or over the span of many days, eventually you begin processing it. And as you continue to process it, there's less of a hold on your nervous system. You heal from it. There's no magic formula. The spiritual thing to do is recognize that even though you are not the mind is a part of you, and you have a duty to take care of it, take care of your mental health. I like the way you amplified that point, little panda friend. You do eventually let go from trauma in a way. It takes a lot of time and right effort. And the right effort part feels like learning algebra. Absolutely. But yes, people saying let it go are trying to be helpful. And that is ultimately what they're referring to, is the process that gets you to release. And the process is not just saying, I let go. It may be one part of the process, but there's certainly more aspects to that. Thank you, dear Gina, for another rose. Cece, you ask, what's the difference between holding someone accountable and projecting your expectations on another? What an amazing question, Cece. Yeah. What is the difference between holding someone accountable as well as having, what is the way you word that? Projecting your expectations on another. one of the biggest differences to me is time. That another person's accountability, that's their own timeline, usually. When it comes to them learning from their mistakes, that can take as long as it takes for you to heal from your trauma. That could be on, depending on what it is, weeks to months to years to decades. Accountability doesn't mean that you have to do anything by a certain time. But when we project expectations, it can come with a feeling of now, that you need to do this for me. But really they need to do it for themselves. That you offer them the opportunity to make amends with the part of them that drove them to cross your boundary. That's their healing journey. And your healing journey is something other than that. Projection of expectations come when we feel like our healing journey depends on where they are. If you feel that way, then I would recommend distancing yourself from them. If you feel like your healing is dependent on something that they need to do, then that's not fair to yourself. You need to give them the space to go on their healing journey in their own time, just as you give yourself space. I think that's where the difference is for me. Thank you, dear Reina Priyaji, for your rosa. And tiny. Yippee! Dear Tatwamasi, you share in Buddhism, you think Atman doesn't exist, right? So where does the subtle body concept lie in Buddhism? It's a very good question. As far as I know, the reason why there is a difference between Buddhism and Hinduism on the concept of the Atma, of the self, comes from two places. The first is that the Buddhists kind of use Atma in a different way. So in a way, they're talking about something different. In a way, when they talk about the unreality of the self, that's in the same way that a Hindu would talk about the unreality of the world. The Buddhists are talking about a self in the world that's ultimately not real. And that's exactly what the Hindus are also saying. But they're using the same word in almost opposite ways. Secondly, the Atma doesn't exist, even in Hinduism. Even if they are using the word in the same way, they're right. Because the world is what exists, and consciousness is what provides existence to the world. That by itself makes the Atma nirguna, devoid of any qualities that existence may have. So this anatma business is just nirguna. They're saying the self has no qualities. There is no self made up of qualities that we can describe. Where does the subtle body come into play? Well, Buddhists do believe in the body and the subtle body. I think it's the same. The Buddhists believe in the body and the subtle body, but they use the terms relative to the self, the Atma, differently. Another thing to know about the reason why there are differences in Buddhist and Hindu philosophy, seemingly, even though they seemingly use the same language, same terms, is because the Hindus use Sanskrit, but the Buddhists use Prakrit. Pali is a type of Prakrit, a language of the people, and the definition that the people uses colloquially for the terms derived from Sanskrit are going to differ. And in the Sanskritization of Buddhist scriptures that happened in years to come, where they took the Prakrit words and converted them into the original Sanskrit, we returned etymologically to the same place, but it leaves out the people's colloquial definition of the Prakrit that they were using. That they were using much more loosey-goosey terms. That words in Prakrit are much less definite, much less rigid than the sanctity of Sanskrit. Sanskrit is very precise. Prakrit is a beautiful language, but it's also a language derived from the common class of people, so as to appeal to as wide of a range of possible. Its vocabulary is simplified, and that's a trademark of the beauty of Buddhism. But I think it leads to a lot of discussions like these, where things that are seemingly of the same vocabulary but different philosophy are actually the same philosophy but once different vocabulary. Dear Goopy Jones, I like your name. I love the word goopy. You ask, have I ever studied Western philosophy, and do I find any of it useful? I have not studied Western philosophy formally. I have not really studied anything formally. Is there a use in it? Absolutely. Yeah. There is a use case for all perspectives. Tatvamasi. So, is it correct to say mind is from the world, regardless of Hindu or Buddhist? Yes. Mind is... Well, here's the thing, right? The word chit in a Hindu context can refer to consciousness. But chit in a Buddhist context can refer to mind. So we have to really be clear, are we talking about the mind or consciousness here? If we're really talking about the mind is definitely from the world. Ironically, however, you will find chit as consciousness being described as something separate from the world in a Hindu context, but part of the world in a Buddhist context. Yeah, but mind is part of the material existence. Manas, the man, that's part of the world. Because you can experience it, right? You can have thoughts. Anything you can have must be part of the world. And literally, not in the colloquial sense of having consciousness. You cannot technically have consciousness. So consciousness is not part of the world. But you can have thoughts. So thoughts are part of the world. Part of the world that we have a responsibility for, I should add. Even though we are not of this world, but our mind is, we still have to take accountability for our thoughts, the thoughts we choose to express and act on. dear Lupe or Lupe. The mind is an accumulation of impressions gathered through experience. I use the term mind in the same way. Greg RG, you shared, so one may say that Prakrit is sort of like slang in a way. Well, some, probably not all. Yeah, there is a relationship there. And not in a way not in a degrading way. Like, you know, some people say slang is dirtying up a language. But that comes from ideas that could be made more inclusive. Slang is absolutely a valid part of language, an addition, not a dirtying up. And it can be made into whole dialects that can form cohesive languages themselves. They are part of culture. And in that way, Prakrit is definitely a slang. My phone alarm is going off. It's been going off for a few minutes now. Thank you, dear G. That means we should do our meditation. But I really like the topics we've been going into in the last half hour or so. It's very deep. Thank you, Goopy Jones. Thank you, Shade. Or Shade. You can tell me if I can pronounce your name in a way you prefer for your heart mate. Om Bhurbhuvasva Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Pronounced like a tree's shadow. Shade, shadow, shade, shadow. Something like that, I hope. Greg RG, you appreciate my making the slang stuff clear for you. You are an enjoyer of slang though, and you love the idea of Buddhists having a slang version of their hometown language. Sort of counterculture-esque. Exactly. This was when parts of the caste discrimination in India was at its peak. And higher class was treated as, ooh, we speak a perfect language. And the lower class feeling deprived of a religion that represents them, Buddhism arose and took the language of the lower castes. And I think that's beautiful. And it's now considered a holy language. I mean, that's amazing. Obviously, history went differently, but could you imagine if African American vernacular English became revered as a holy language? I mean, that is such a beautiful turnaround from how it was seen in the first few decades or centuries of its debut, so to speak. I think if you put it in that context, you can really see how amazing it is for Buddhists to turn such a language of the people that were discriminated against into a holy language. That is good vibrations. Thank you, Tat Walla Baba, for your trio of roses also. Narayana. How does it wait? Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Shadow, you share to listen to the silence means to look within. You will find the silence within. Absolutely. And thank you for your heart. Jaya Satchit Anand. I've had a wonderful live stream so far. I'm really grateful for this space, actually. I hope you know. I would like to transition to our final segment of the live stream, however, which will be very fun, at least for me. I hope it will be for you. It'll be an extra special mantra meditation. Dalita, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one for you. Om Ganganapatay Namaha. So, recently we did a mantra meditation, and by recently I mean yesterday, on the Svarishtana chakra, which is the sacral plexus chakra. The sacrum plexus, the sacral chakra. We did a mantra for each of the petals. You may have heard of chakras before. If you haven't, that's okay. On each chakra is said to be a lotus. Actually, each chakra is a lotus, and that lotus has a varying number of petals per chakra. Each chakra has a jewel at the center, and the jewel at the center is its bija mantra, its seed mantra. For example, for the Svarishtana chakra, its seed mantra is Vam. That's a good sound, isn't it? Wow. Each petal also has a sub-mantra. We did 6 yesterday. Today we're going to do the next chakra. I'm going to introduce it now. Today we'll meditate on the Manipura chakra, which is the solar plexus chakra. It has 10 petals, and those 10 petals are associated with the 10 pranas, also known as the 10 vayus within the body. This includes all of our vital functions. Prana translates to breath. Vayu translates to wind. It's believed that all of our vital functions are carried out by a kind of breath or wind, and there's 10 of them. I'm not going to go into all 10 of them tonight, but just know that that's where the significance of the 10 petals in our solar plexus chakra comes from. Its main mantra is Ram. That comes from the fact that to chant Ram, you have to curl your tongue back, retroflex, so that the bottom of the tip of your tongue is parallel with the roof of your mouth. That part of your mouth is associated with the element of fire. Fire, solar plexus chakra, centered in our navel where the fire of digestion takes place. That's the association there. Similarly, it starts with 3 other sounds for the sub-mantras on each petal that have a dot under them. I have the International Alphabet of Sanskrit transliteration. Some letters have a dot under them, which means that this isn't the ordinary way we'd pronounce these letters in English. A dot underneath the D and the N indicates that these are retroflex, that you curl your tongue back. That's for the first 3. Dum, dum, dum. That's especially important in this context because we also have the unretroflex dentals as well. After that, we have the unvoiced tam, tam, dam, tam. It can be difficult to distinguish between these. Additionally, that sound at the end of each bija that has a M with a dot under it is called an anuswara. It's the sacred inner sound. So you don't actually have to close your lips like you would for an M in English. You can just bring the place of resonance to your nasal cavity. Dang, tang, dang, tang, tang, dang, tang, nam, pam, pam, rang. Something like that. There's also a distinguishing between aspirated and unaspirated variants. If there wasn't already enough confusion amidst the phonetics here that are so similar, the H does something. It aspirates. That's the difference between dam and dam. You can hear an extra breathy sound in the second one. This will be the first time I chanted with you all, so I imagine I'll make plenty of mistakes, so please forgive me. I'll do my best if you do yours. And we'll do it 108 times. I'll take the mala of Rudraksha beads, which has been placed around your neck, and use that to count our repetitions. I think that's enough information there for now. Everything you need to know. I'll turn down the background music and we can begin. I'll also show you a picture of the chakra if you're interested in visualizing this also. That character at the top is the main bija, Ram, and then clockwise going around from the right, we start with our sub-mantras, which again are Dam, dham, nam, tam, dham, dam, dham, nam, bham, bham, and the main one again at the end. Ram. I will admit, this will be challenging, but there's perhaps no better way to open your Manipura chakra. Good clarification, Stevie G. For the H after this T, is that sounding like a soft sound or a hard sound? It's a hard sound. Not a TH as in English, sa or the, but an aspirated T. Ta, 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 tang. I'll start very slow. Dang, 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 bam, bam, ram, dam, 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 nam, bam, bam, ram, dam, dam, nam, tam, dam, dam. dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam dam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam dam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham nam dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam dam dham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam dam dham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tham dham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam dam dham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam dam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pham ram dam dham nam tam dham dum dham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam dum dham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam dum dham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam dham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam ram dum dham nam tam tham dum dham nam bam bam Ram Dam Dam Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Bham Ram dang dang nang tang tang dang dang nang pam pam ram down dham nam tham tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dang dhang nang tam tham dang dhang nang pam pam ram dam dham nam tham tham dang tham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam pam ram dam dham nam tam tham dam dham nam pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Dham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Na Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam Dham Nam Tam Tham Dam Dham Nam Pam Pam Ram Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Dam dham nam tam dham dam dham nam pam bham ram. Salutations to Tejas, to fire, to Agni. Salutations to the Manipura Chakra, solar plexus. May our 10 pranas, our vital energies, flow wherever they need to go freely. May we be connected to the element of purification. May our system of digestion be lubricated, frictionless. May our internal organs be at ease. Thank you for listening. If you chanted along with us, well done. Are you proud of yourself? You should be. For those who are still here, you get some bonus facts for the solar plexus chakra. It's said to be related to the animal of a ram, which is funny because Ram is its main mantra. It's also connected to the divinities of Vishnu, which represents human consciousness, evolution, fire, and Lakshmi, who personifies prosperity and happiness, as opposed to the deceptions of Maya, material existence. You should now be feeling more clear in your mind, have a boost of self-confidence, well-being, self-esteem. It is from this place that our words ultimately begin. So you should be freeing up your sense of speech as well. It's also very much related to our buddhi, our intellect, our sense of judgment, and the principle of Brahma, creation. Lots of other things we could talk about this chakra, but you will be feeling the effects regardless if you intellectualize them or not. I may now place this Rudraksha bead around your neck. And may all those who hear this mantra benefit from its chanting. Namaste. That was a difficult one, but I was surprised how well I did. I was not expecting as few mistakes as I did. So I'm happy about that. I got very hot while chanting that, which makes sense. It's the element of fire we're dealing with here. Definitely going to have to take my hoodie off after this. But that brings us to the end of our Sangha. And welcome everyone that joined while we were meditating. I imagine it's probably pretty weird to walk in on someone making weird noises like that for a long time. Thank you, dear Gina, for your rose you sent. I'll give you a yippee, even though it's not a tiny. Thank you, dear Majesty, for your heart mane. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prapadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nadi Bhave Bhavaswamam Bhavod Bhavaya Namah. You feel dizzy in a good way and hungry again, dear Gabriel. You did it lying down. I'm happy that you did it. Thank you. Yeah, you should be hungry. Digestive energies flowing for sure. Stevie Ju, you share you hope we do root and heart chakra sub-mantras as well. We can do the heart chakra sub-mantras tomorrow, and we can do the root chakra sub-mantras on Sunday. Some of you may recall that I structure the live streams very loosely based on the 7 main chakras. We're Tuesday, which is the 3rd day of the week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It's corresponds to a root, sacral, solar. So Sunday for the root, Wednesday tomorrow for the heart. You might already be in Wednesday, but you know what I mean. Thank you, Inevitable, for your trio of roses too. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jeshtaya Namah Shrishtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha. Yes, many of you are in the future, and all of you watching this recording will be in the future. Thank you very much for participating, dearest Dansuela. May you have a wonderful sleep. Katie, you share you fell asleep on here and woke up to me. Good start to the day. Well, good morning. May you have a beautiful rest of your day. Gregor G, you Googled if chakras are linked to a musical note and found Ram to be an E. Oh, how interesting. I unfortunately don't have perfect pitch by any means, so I wouldn't know what note I was chanting, if any at all. But that's a lovely association. And thank you, dear VKWMGM, for the rose that you sent to. Om Aghorebhyo ta Aghorebhyo Aghora Ghore Tarebhya Sarvatash Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudra Rupebhya. So we've come to the end of our Sangha. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for your quartet of crystal roses as well, dear VK. If there's anything I can do to make this space more inclusive for next time, please let me know. Hold me accountable. Keep me humble. Thank you, dear Aira, for your heart me. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo. No, wait. Let me do that again. I want to give you the right Tat Purusha mantra. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Much love, everyone. Thank you, Katie, for your heart me. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvar Sarva Bhutanam Brahmadipati Brahmanodhipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. Did I do that, Cece? Yeah, I did do that. Oopsies. Thank you, Talita, for your tiny dino. Yahoo! That was a powerful one. That tiny Diney had to let it out. Peace and love to the Omis. Night night. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace too. And this is to let you know, everyone, that this live stream will be recorded and uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. No hiccup, just Yamsox Lives. And the meditations that we do and the readings, and our new segment of going through the Bhagavad Gita series by BAPS. All of that and the show and tell, they all have their own playlists also on the YouTube channel. So I think you'll have a lot of fun there if you're missing these live streams and would like to explore the things that we explore here. It's all linked in the link tree in my bio. Additionally, I may add that my inbox is always open on Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, email. Not here, unfortunately, but all those platforms I mentioned. If you shoot me a message, I'll get around to it. If there's something I couldn't cover here, something you couldn't fit in the confines of a TikTok comment, or if I missed your message, or if you're going through something and just need someone to talk to. I can't promise to answer immediately, but I do try to go through my messages once per day, at least. Before we go, thank you, dear Anna, for your trio of crystal roses. Om Namah Karlim Ambita Me Sharim Nadita Me Harim Devita Me Aing Sarasvatya Swaha. Dear Enzo, you ask, is the 3D realm supposed to be a heaven? Our inner realm, we go deep enough inside, we will find heaven. And we will find that everything inside our heaven has a post-it note that says, to world. So it's meant to be delivered from within to without. So our world is the recipient of heaven, and it's our duty to turn more of it into a heaven. Bring more of the heaven within around us. Now may this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityor Ma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. May you have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Goodbye, everybody.